Alright, so recording started. Let's get rolling. First question from Mary. Any of them, Mary. I usually start with social, like, social bookmarks, any type of social signals, and I see where that takes me. I give it a few weeks, a couple weeks, whatever the case. And then from there you can go after, like, blog comments, high PR links, link wheels, that type of thing. But you can really start with any of them. From Brian. And it'll probably still pass link juice, Brian. You can use it as a private network site. PR can be deceiving. You still have authority on that site, most likely. From Michael. Web servers for money sites. I use Todd's hosting. I use Host9. I have HostGator for a few of my sites, my older sites. But a lot of Host9 and Todd's service, which is BizBuilder hosting. For PBNs, Host9, Todd's SEO web hosting, aseohosting.com. I just started using Dollar Hosting, Dollar SEO Hosting, IndiaNets. What else have I used or do I use? No, that's a list of them. For my PBNs, I'm not as worried as long as they're not horrible. As long as they don't have too much downtime and the sites load fairly decently. I'm not too worried about it. I use Bluehost for some of them. Alright, from Janet. Okay, Janet, just ask specific questions and I'll get to them. From Key. Just through links, Key. I outrank them all the time. Just strong links, right optimization, all that type of stuff. From Brian. There's no such thing as an internal PBN link. PBN links are external. Those are just internal links, interlinking. I mean, the internal linking can help, but that's just kind of helping pass around the power of your site. The external links is what powers that. Okay, without those external links, that interlinking wouldn't do much for you. But interlinking can definitely help. Yeah, it depends on the strength of your PBN links and who's in front of you, Graham. Like in some of the health niches, it can be really hard to pass some of those big health sites, especially if people are linking to them. I'd have to see the strength of your PBNs, what anchor text you're using, how you set up your domain inner structure, all that type of stuff. From Ron. Yeah, Ron. I mean, the idea is to go through the content we lay out, write down questions, and come to these sessions and ask them. Or you can ask them in the Facebook group as well. People get quick answers there. From Michael. Yeah, Todd's service is bizbuilderhosting.com. B-I-Z, builderhosting.com. A proxy bid is when you set your high. Okay, so if a domain's at $12 and you bid, let's say you bid $100, okay? It will place the domain up to $17 as your top bid. If someone comes in and bids 22, it'll automatically jump your bid to 27 because GoDaddy auctions jump by $5, at least at the beginning stages. So anytime someone bids above your bid, it will automatically bid for you the minimum bid that you can have to win it. All right, and it'll do that up to $100. If they bid over $100, then you, of course, start being the losing bidder. From Brett. I mean, that is the step-by-step, Brett. Ranking video is pretty simple. That's mostly what all you can do is, your simple on-page optimization through title, description, and tags, and then get links going. And that's it. Video is pretty simple. From Gavin. I mean, I'm sure it affects it a little bit, Gavin, but I don't worry too much about that. I let my designers do that. A lot of people like Thesis, Socrates, themes like that, but I don't worry too much about that. Mostly the links are going to power your site. It may affect it a very little bit, but again, not enough where I worry about it. This is one of the first webinars, Mark, and it's for everyone, not just newbies. Whatever questions you have. Throw out questions. Yep, from Janet. Just lower your standards, Janet, a little bit. Everyone wants to go after the good ones, and you can go after decent domains and still do very well. So I'll just lower your standards a little bit. I mean, I personally still find really good domains for $69 every single day. I put a lot of time into my research. From Patrick. No, I don't disguise. I'm not totally sure what you mean. Expired domain is just when you use a site to power another site. What's up, Jack? Bernadette. You don't have to do that, Bernadette. I just kind of do it for safety. I always set up support@domain.com, and I'll forward that to my normal email, just in case I ever need it, or I don't know, if anyone ever looks into it, they just see that email, so that's just what I do. I wouldn't worry too much about that, though. Alright, from Amber. I also don't worry too much about H1 or H2. I haven't done too much testing with it. I'm sure it does help, Amber. I mean, I would say it probably does help a little bit, but I haven't personally tested too much with H1, H2 tags. I worry more about the URL and the anchor text, and then the title. So, from Brett. Yes, most of my sites are powered just by PBN links. From Edgar. I mean, that has nothing to do with pay-per-click, Edgar. You want to switch up your anchor text no matter what. You don't want to have too much of the anchor text too many times. And sink or swim method, the sink or swim section it goes over that in depth. From Sean. Yeah, I usually just let them come up with all that, Sean. From Mary. Yeah, just make sure you're getting different IPs, Mary. From Jack. No, not necessarily. Sometimes I'll rank the inner page, Jack. Yeah, I mean, you just always want to set up your site ahead of time. So, if I got klks.com/electronic cigarettes then I'm going to do my brand names here, okay? So what I'm going to do is, or let's say like electronic cigarette reviews, alright? And then I might have like brand name here, okay? So that's how I'm going to set up this site ahead of time. So what I'm going to do is copy, there we go. The actual silo right here, this is the silo. I'm going to rank this for stuff like electronic cigarette reviews. Whoops. Electronic cigarette reviews, review, My mouse is being dumb right now. E-cig reviews, maybe electronic cigarette brands, okay? All that type of stuff. Alright? And then my inner ones are going to be actual, or my sub pages of this are going to be actual brand names. So we got like V2 Cigs. And then this page, I'll target V2 Cigs, V2 Cigs review, stuff like that. Okay, so that's how you want to set it up. Just know what you're going to do ahead of time. From Gavin. Alright, I gotta set up a video on that because a lot of people ask that question. So let me write a note here. So basically what I do is I'll link to one site no more than 3 times. Okay, so if we got site 1 for linking from PBN1, okay, site 1 will be our money site, PBN1 is the site we're linking from. I might link to site1.com, site1.com/page1, and then site1 page 2, and that's the most I'll do. Sometimes I'll do 1, sometimes I'll do 2, sometimes I'll do 3, okay? But I will not link to any of these URLs again from this PBN. As far as how many links total, now I wouldn't hit this site again because I already did 3 properties on it. And usually I don't do 3, usually just 1 or 2. Sometimes I'll do 3, not very often. But total links, I would say no more than 100 links on a PBN. And that includes outbound authority links, and that's absolute max. I usually stay way under that. Alright, I'm usually around 20 at most. But I would set your max at about 100. And I'll do a video on that more in depth because a lot of people ask that. You can do internal linking for Web 2.0s. Nothing wrong with that. From Brian. I don't remember, Brian. Not many. I started with brand names, I believe. I would say by the time I was making $100 a day, maybe 10 I used. Just a guess. Alright, from John. And we just went over that. And again, I'm going to do a video on that because a lot of people ask about that. I don't know, Bernadette. I'm pretty sure it's NS you got to use. I could be wrong, but I've always seen just NS. So I would use NS. Again, I wouldn't worry too much about those details. From Brian. Yeah, I go over this in the sink or swim method, Brian. How I do my anchor text. From Key. Not necessarily. You just got to find someone to do it for you. You can look in the Facebook group. You can look on sites like freelancer.com if you don't want to do it yourself. From Michael. It depends how long I've had the site, how new it is. Sometimes, like a new site, I'll wait a week or 2, sometimes 3. It depends how much of a rush I'm in. More sites that I've been linking to longer, sometimes I will link every single day, multiple times a day. So I switch it up. From Brett. I would email Mike about that, omg@omgmachines.com. I don't know exactly where that content is. Mike lays it all out. From Welton. Yeah, you can use it for that, Weldon. Definitely. From M. Shah. I don't mess much with redirects, Shah, so I can't really speak on that. I like to, just talk about stuff I test with personally, so I'm not sure. From Matt. I would start with building your PBN out, Matt. That's the most important thing. get your PBN going. The rest is a lot easier from there once you have a PBN. Either way is probably fine. Like, I don't really mess with subdomains much. You know, Jimmy's really good with them, Jimmy Kelly. But either way will be fine, I think. I don't mess with them too much, though. So again, you know, with something I don't have much experience with, I don't like to comment too much. I don't want to give you a wrong answer. From Gavin. Yes, and I'll make a video on that. Like I said, a lot of questions come in on that. Nope, nothing has changed. If something changes, Janet, you'll know because I'll do a video. You know, that, when it comes to OSE, it just depends what you like looking at. I still use OpenSite Explorer and Register Compass. It's just a preference for me. I find it easy to read the data. From Key. Use my brain, like, you know, I'm thinking, what would I type in if I'm doing this? You know, you can use thesaurus.com. You can, if you type it into Google, they'll have recommendations down bottom. Like hernia, I don't know, herniated disc. If you scroll down here, they'll have recommendations down here. Okay, so you can look at that. That's kind of the stuff I do. From JD. You gotta, to join the Facebook group, for anyone else that has not in there, go to December 10th and 11th news, and it'll tell you how to do that. If you sent me requests since last night, I haven't gotten to them yet. I'll get to them probably tonight. And for the complete beginners, go through the introduction area, go through the introduction webinar, and start from there. From John. Yeah, everyone's favorite's going to be different. From Paul. Yeah, the company's for money site hosting. I use Host9 a lot. BizBuilder hosting a lot. I'll even use ASEO hosting for some of my money sites. Those are three that I like. PBN Sniper. I've never used PBN Sniper. I just have my own. You know, I like to just do it manually. That's just me. No, that's just preference, though. Steven? I like a lot of branded anchor text, Steven, and then pretty much the same thing you look for in an expired domain, except a lot of branded anchor text, and then a good domain name as far as it can be made into a money site. You know, you don't want cats.com for a dog site, obviously. So that's the only difference. From Patrick. Depends what hosting company you're talking about. As long as you're getting different IPs for each site, doesn't matter. From Michael. I don't remember, Michael. I don't really pay attention to the PR, so. No. Okay, I go for auction domains as well. Like GoDaddy auctions. But yeah, pre-release and then the GoDaddy auctions is mainly what I do. From Anders. You just put in your max bid. That's all. That's all you gotta do. And it'll set your max bid as your proxy, and it'll put your jump the bid up to whatever is the lowest possible high bid above the next lowest bidder. So, from Jack. I have much better success using them than selling them. From Brian. Awesome, Brian. Yeah, I mean, just give it a good week between links, see how they move, and you might not need many more links. You know what I mean? Just take your time. Yeah, you can go back and change them. Just don't do it too quickly. Like if you have 10 links, I wouldn't go change them all at once. That's what I'd do. From Sean. No, not really a minimum. It's just I just consider everything. If it has one really good link, it's a chance, and if it's a really good link, I might take that chance depending on the price. So I don't really use GSA myself, so I can't explain that too much. But we have a lot of content on that from Jimmy, from Patrick. Sometimes I do new domains, sometimes expiring domains. I do both, Patrick. Chris. Again, you can't judge by PR, Chris. I have PR3s that are stronger than PR5, so you can't judge by PR. From Anders. No, $100 isn't the limit. I was just giving an example. There's no limit to a proxy bid. That's just the highest price you're willing to pay for the site. And it will automatically bid up to that price for you if people bid it up that high. No, Kelcast is not a siloed structure, Gavin. It was supposed to be. We got a miscommunication with my partner on it, and we just never siloed it. From Janet. I mean, just links. A site that has links from quality sites. Good domain authority. I will consider PageRank, good Alexa ranking. I mean, it's hard to explain. I kind of go over that more in the videos, Janet. Like the type of stuff I look for and what I'm talking about in the videos that I show. That's what I find as good sites. Natural edu links, natural gov links, stuff like that. To study sites, I prefer hrefs. If I'm looking at and that's this site right here. This is how I analyze like anchor text and all that. OpenSite Explorer I use for PBNs. That's just me. You don't gotta do that. That's my preference. I don't know what Weblify is. Jack. Awesome, Jack. Perfect. From Brett. Yeah, pretty rare, but I have noticed that, Brett. HREFs I use for analyzing stuff like that. Again, this site right here. Because they pick up a lot of links. From Michael. I would ask Mike about that, OMG at omgmachines.com. Again, I don't lay out the content, so I'm not sure where everything is. Dwayne, most likely. I haven't tested with it too much. I'm kind of playing with it right now. But I mean, the idea is the link juice is still there, so it should work. But I don't have a definite answer for that yet. From John. No, not a min or max. Just more about quality. Like I said, if there's one good link, I may still go after it. Depends how good the link is and what the price is. One good link can do a lot for you. I mean, I guess, but if you have a PBN, you can just, when they cancel, you can take down their links and bye-bye go their rankings. So, it's the beauty of a PBN. From Brian. Um, Not necessarily, but most of the good sites are going to be .com, .org, .net. A lot of the other ones are spammy. Holy question. Alright, it's from Adrian. Yeah, you don't want to link to your money site from Fiverr gigs. Yeah, you don't want to, just make sure you link to just YouTube video type stuff, other Web 2.0 properties from Fiverr gigs. Do not link to your money site. For Michael. I'll set up different categories sometimes. Sometimes I'll set up no category. Sometimes I'll set up set categories and I change it up. So, and Clinton's here. What's up, Clinton? Whoops. All right, Clinton. Yeah, again, that depends on the name of your domain. If you got your keywords in there, what he's doing. I have no idea how strong he is and what he's using. So, I would need that information. From Brett. Yeah, it can take several months. It can take longer, it can take shorter. Depends on competition. From Sean. No, I just use Register Compass. Again, I'm set in my ways. I've done that since the beginning, so that's the way I do it. No, I don't pay attention to anything Matt Cut says. From Matt. Yes, that is right, Matt. Nope, does not have a specific theme. Yes, you can write articles in different niches, as long as the article is relevant to what you're linking to. Don't need to silo, don't need categories, you can use them though. Yes, that is correct. That's a good way to put it, kind of like an article directory. Yeah, it can be like that. Some people will set them up just for one niche, because, it is probably safer for the long run, but so far no problems with having multiple categories on a site. So, from John. Usually more for my PBNs is what I mostly worry about, John, but you can go for your money sites. I don't worry about that as much, though. From Damien. Just throw if you're talking about like, you're trying to rank for electronic cigarette brands, make sure you mention e-cig brands, electric brands of electronic cigarettes. Mention it once or twice, and then do your link. What I won't do is, like, say I have an interior design article. If I'm linking to, like, DelawareInteriorDesign.com, something about Delaware interior design, if it's a general article I order, I'll make sure I go in and throw in Delaware a couple other places. So my only mention of Delaware, I don't want my only mention of Delaware being a link. You know what I mean? Like, I want there to be other text that says Delaware that's not a link to help show Google that I'm not just throwing in Delaware to link to it to rank for it, if that makes sense. From M. Shah. It's probably a good idea to put them on different hosting, Sha. Um, I do have some money sites that are on the same hosting as my PBNs. I prefer not to do it, but it's just something I did, just rushing, I guess. But I would prefer it to be on different hosting if possible, just to be safe. One. One is the minimum. Now, I showed this example before. My friend owns this shop. I sent one link to it from a very cheap site, and here we are at number one. Okay, Delaware Barbershop, Delaware Barbershops, best Delaware Barbershop. Anything you type in with that, all from one single link from a PBN, a cheap PBN at that. Outranking Yelp, outranking Mana, outranking Facebook. All right, so outranking Yellow Pages. One link. Just depends on the niche. From Brian. I usually just hire out if I'm going to do anything like that. I don't use a plugin for that. Oh, the guy. Oh, you're okay. Share this, I believe it's called. Actually, it's on klcast.com. Let me see. What the hell is this called? Shareaholic. That's what it's called. Shareaholic. From Amber. I leave my meta descriptions empty, yes. I mean, you can fill out the descriptions so they show in the search engines, like in the description for the search engines if you want. I usually just let them pull it from my content, and I just do the titles. That's just me. From Edgar. You don't have to do it in another language, unless you're targeting another language. From Brian. Nah, I mean, a lot of that stuff you hear, Brian, is probably just crap. I mean, Calcast's doing totally fine. Probably should have a privacy policy, but I don't really worry about that type of stuff. Yeah, you know what, Paul? It's funny you mentioned SEO web hosting. I just signed up for a new account for them for 50 IPs. One thing I don't like is the IP range is very small. What I mean is like a lot of their IPs are like 123.45.56.2, and then the next one will be like 123.45.57.2. All right, so they got different C class, but only one number's different, just a little different. So their IP ranges aren't that big. So if you're going to order one, I would just order like a 20 or 30. I'll probably cut mine down. But yeah, I mean they're fine to use. I have another account with them as well, which is like a 20. I just send them topics, Mike, and have them write on that topic. And then, like I said with the interior design example, like I just do general articles. If I'm linking to a Delaware interior design site, I'll just throw in Delaware a few times in the article myself. From Gavin. Russell and Sue say not to cross-link between silos. I do, and I don't have a problem. So just depends. I mean, they're the silo experts, not me. So you probably want to listen to them over me, but I do it and don't have too much of a problem there. Another silo question. I mean, supposedly it's best to keep everything in that silo linked together and not link out to another silo. That's the way you're supposed to do it according to Sue and Russell. I don't worry too much about that. It's just me personally. But you know, you can either way is going to work fine. But it just depends if you want to listen to them. Who they are the expert on it, by the way, not me. So, from Chris. Yeah, I have tons of video. I should have tons of videos on that, Chris, especially for Moz. I only use OpenSite Explorer for Moz. I don't pay attention to anything else they say or do. H3S I just use for looking at the other type of stuff, anchor text and stuff like that. I don't remember what we were talking about, Mike. I get too many questions. From James. You can use, I believe you can use micrositemasters.com, but I just check videos manually usually. I don't know why, I just always have. From Brett. Never. As long as it has the links, it's going to have the power. From Michael. No, I do it myself, Michael. I don't trust anyone inside my PBN. From Vincent. I have never done coaching sessions in person or one-on-ones, Vincent. Just because it probably wouldn't be worth it to me or you at the price it would, that it would be worth it to me. So, I wouldn't write it off, but I haven't done it before. From Brian. I don't do too much of that, Brian. I just do SEO and let partners take care of that other stuff. But I know that a lot of my partners use like Get Clicky. I do have SEO, Webmaster, and Analytics installed on a couple of my sites. So it just depends what you want to do there. From JD. No, you gotta get the expired domains yourself, do your linking yourself. But it sounds like you're very, very advanced, JD, and contact David at omgmachines.com and just let him know that you don't even know how to set up a website. Where should you start? Because David is like the master planner, and most likely he'll have me do a video to get you started. If we don't, I might already have that. But David will be the best one to ask that question to, and he'll get you set with the best path, I promise you. From Michael. Usually 10 on average. SOA is the it's like the property attached to the hosting email. I don't know what it stands for though. I forget what it stands for. Oh yeah, domains usually escalate the most in the last 5 minutes, Janet. No doubt about it. But at the same time, sometimes you can go in at the last minute if people aren't paying attention, steal it out from under people. Like you said, it depends on how many bidders. And I usually do wait until the last minute to bid. From Gavin. From the entire PBN, Gavin. And again, I'm going to do a video on that. Most hosting, you don't need to change the SOA, Brett. But a good way to look is just type in your email you used to sign up for. And if all your sites start showing up, then you got to find out how to change the SOA records. Now, if you go and type your email you signed up with, let's say we signed up with, like one I use as an example that I did not change it for on purpose, is for this hosting account where we have a bunch of our example sites, like CDN News, Nashville Website Design, Colorado Springs Veterinarians, Delaware SEO, Baton Rouge Architects. If I change the SOA records, I would change I would change it from this email to, for Delaware SEO, I would change it to support@delaware.seo.org. That way, when you type in greg3@melovemoney.com, this will not show up. And if you do it for each individual one, they'll not show up when you do this email. So it's not a footprint. Yes, everything's recorded and then posted. Yes. For Mike. It's hard to get a penalty. You do gotta switch up your anchor text more now than you used to have to, Mike, so just be careful with that. Make sure your anchor text is spread out a decent amount and take it from there. And also, videos, good point, seem to be taking longer to rank. Where I'll send like PBN links to a video or any type of links, and it won't move for like a month, and all of a sudden a month later it shoots way up. So I've noticed weird things like that happening. No, I wouldn't use meta keywords. I think they ignore them from key. Most of the time, you're going to get a different IP key. If you're using a ton of sites like I do, and you order, like I just ordered my second SEO web hosting account, you may want to check to make sure you don't get any of the same IPs if you have multiple accounts under the same hosting provider. But if you just have one account, which most of you will, for each company, then you don't got to worry about that. From Gavin. I wouldn't say like high quality, Gavin, but I like it to make sense and be unique. Like I don't like spelling errors, sentence structure errors, because they can detect that. But it doesn't have to be like great content by any means. Russell and Sue are the ones from Network Empire. They're actually going to be doing a whole bunch of content for you guys very shortly. I pay $99 a month, Connie. There is free 3-month options out there, or free 3-month coupons you can get for free, 4 months, something like that. I don't add most of mine to Google Webmaster Tools, Brett. Mostly, I did a few of them just for testing, see what would happen. I haven't had a problem, but I wouldn't like add all your sites to Webmaster Tools so that then they're all kind of grouped together. Like if I had all my sites in there, I would have like 1,000 sites in there, and that would be no good. So. Awesome, Jack. Alright, from Michael. No, once it's off the home page, you'll have different link juice. And you can always increase the number of posts on your home page, though. So, I start with 10 because usually I don't go over that. Usually I'm not over like 5. But I do have some with up to 10, and I usually just won't go over that, so. Only for my really big sites like KLKS, Paul. Yeah, but for my smaller sites, I don't really worry about that. If it's like a big site that's like a big project like KLKS, I will take the time to do that. From Janet. Um... You know what? You gave me a good idea, Janet. You gave me a good idea. And then I can do a video on well, I kind of have videos on this already. Maybe something like that. Did you go through all the videos, Janet? I should have something like that already. But if I don't, I'll make that video. Pretty sure I do. From Damien? Try to ask me like what you don't understand about Damien, because I don't know how to put it any differently than I did. So if you have like a specific question, like I'm not sure how to explain it any different. That's just if I knew how to, I would, but I'm not sure how to explain it any differently than I did in the videos. So if you have like a direct question, maybe that will help me answer your question, Damien. Whoops. From Matt here. And I'm going to do a video on this. Alright, I'll do it very soon. No, just 3 tier links to the same money site, Matt. I don't go over that usually. And yes, you can continually post to different money sites. And again, I'll do a video on that. I personally do pay for most of them, Brett. That's just me. If you don't have a huge network, it's probably not that big of a deal. No, I don't think it's a waste of time, but I don't focus on it. I focus on ranking in Google, and then if I rank in Yahoo and Bing, great. If I don't, I'm not too worried about it. From Brett? Nah, don't worry about that. I add content when I need a link. I wouldn't use AdSense on your PBN sites. That's just me. It may be because you installed Spider Spanker, Mary. If not, maybe the site got the index for some reason. But I'm guessing maybe you installed Spider Spanker or something like that. From Gavin. You don't need to target one keyword per page. Actually, I target many keywords per page, Gavin. So if you go back to this example here, for this page here, I'm targeting anything that has anything to do with this. Electronic cigarette review, electronic cigarette reviews, e-cig reviews. I can even do the brands, electronic cigarette brands, e-cigarette brands, e-cigarette reviews, electric cigarette reviews. I can even do best electronic cigarettes if I want to. But for this page, the keywords I'm definitely targeting are anything with review in it. Electronic cigarette review, reviews, e-cig review, electric cigarette reviews. Those are all definites. Now I can decide if I also want to target these, or if I want to set up a page for best electronic cigarette type terms. So you're targeting multiple terms per page. It's up to you how you group them. Yeah, again, possibly just one. You know, as I showed with the Delaware Barber example. Depends on competition and how strong your PBNs are. I have the cleanest car probably in Delaware right now. Because I get tons of car washes. From Michael. I don't know why they're different, Michael. You know, I never even thought about it. I don't know why they do that. I don't know. But for pre-release, you basically are putting up $69 so you'll get in the domain. You're not actually spending $69. You're just saying, if I win the domain, I'll pay at least $69. That's kind of what you're saying. But you need to put up that bid to get in the actual auction. But if you lose, you don't pay anything. So, from Key. Yeah, if you have your keyword in your domain, I wouldn't repeat it like that, Key. Since you already have lawyers.com, since you already have lawyers in your domain, I would just do /personal injury. Okay, and then if you want to do by state, state. Okay, so if you got California, it's going to be lawyers.com. You know, if you're targeting personal injury lawyers in California, this is how I would do it for this domain. California. Okay, now of course your title would be like, you know, personal injury lawyers. So remember, your title helps you out a lot. Or you can even do attorneys, since you already use lawyers. Kind of take care of getting attorneys in there in California or whatever. If you want to target more, maybe you want to target best personal injury lawyers, you could put best in there. So, I mean, that's how I would set it up if it was lawyers.com. And there will be a replay, yes, but always replays of these sessions. For sure. You're welcome, Mary. I mean, website you control, video is not your property. And a video, it's a lot harder to monetize. So, you know, there's a lot of reasons to use websites over video. From Janet. I get what you're saying, Janet. It's so tough because it's case by case. Like, if I could pinpoint it for you, I wish I could pinpoint it for you. I'll try to think of a way to do that, but it's just always case by case. Maybe I can do like a new video on, just maybe an updated one, I guess. And I'll point out things I like and maybe what I would pay for it. Maybe that will help. I don't think I ever mentioned price in my videos, so maybe I'll do that. But then, of course, that also differs from person to person as well. So, you know, it's really hard to pinpoint with being person to person, but I'll do my best. And I'll see if I can do a new video for you. From Trevor. I gotta go. This is kind of embarrassing, but I gotta look up what permutation means. I don't know what that means. Let's see. Alright, so it's kind of like organizing in order. You're too smart for me, Trevor. Yeah, they're spread up across multiple PBNs, yes. So if I'm doing each of these right here, like if I'm doing these as anchor text, each of these is from a different PBN. That's a PBN, that's from a PBN, that's from a PBN, that's from a PBN, all different. If these were anchor text I was using to link to my site, Qzx300 serial reviews. From Gavin. I would say by now I've used 100 sites for Callz, but remember, this site's been around almost a year. And by the time I'd used 30, it was making like $500 a day. So, you know, the additional links was more like testing different keywords and all that. So don't let that number be intimidating to you, because you don't necessarily need anywhere near that much. Alright, so get in your last questions here, guys. My voice is about to go. I feel my throat burning. So get in your last questions if you got any. And I'll answer questions that come in up to 3 o'clock on the dot. Alright, from Key. No, your URL does not have to be exact match for your keywords. No, especially in this example, Key, where if you got a keyword in your domain, you definitely don't need it over here, because you already got it over here. All right. Now, if you had, you know what? Even if you had like gregsite.com. I still wouldn't do, unless if you're doing like every single city. It depends how many you're going to be doing, but I wouldn't do this, because I've had sites penalized for this. If you're doing like every single, let me delete this so it's not in the way. You don't want to do like this, injury lawyers in Alabama. Like if you're doing every single state, you don't want to keep repeating this. That's another reason to set up a silo, so you don't keep repeating it on the inner pages. Even though it's a brand name domain, this is still dangerous. Like, it's not natural. So you would still want to do gregsite.com, lawyers. You probably want to do personal injury, and then location. If you're going to keep repeating over and over and over again, all right? If you're just doing this one location, if you're just doing a single location, I would set it up like this, all right? This is how it's set up. But if you're going to do a bunch of locations, set it up like this, because then you don't got to keep repeating this on your first string URL, your inner URL, all right? Hopefully that makes sense. From Key. Okay, same thing there, Michael. I buy about 20 a week, I would say, Michael. I've been stocking up. I buy every single week. From Yomi. Yeah, again, how many you need depends. Maybe I'll do a quick video on that, like a minute video saying it depends. From Damien. I get what you're saying, that Damien. And if this was our future site, I'd probably tone that down, Damien. The reason I'm probably getting away with it is it's 2 words. All right, Nashville SEO is just 2 words. So if I did the same thing with Nashville SEO, or let's say like best Nashville SEO company.com. And I kept repeating best Nashville SEO company, like I did Nashville SEO, like you're talking about, I would have got penalized, because that's much less likely to be repeated that many times than a 2-word, okay? It's just like I did a new video on anchor text, you guys should watch it. It was just put in the members area yesterday, and I explained the exact same thing, like a 10% anchor text ratio. If you have, your anchor text 10% for, the best ways for women over 40 to lose weight. And then you have 10% anchor ratio for lose weight. Let's even say 25. So let's say like 25 out of 100 in each case. Alright? What are the chances of 25 out of 100 people using this? Not very good, right? Because it's so long, it's the longer an anchor text is, the less of a chance it has of being used a higher percentage time. This, what are the chances? Not great. 1 out of 4 will use it, but a whole lot better than this. Alright, so the reason I probably got away with that is because it's just 2 words. But I'm probably borderline. You're right on that, Damien. I would definitely tone it down for the future. We did that site a while ago. From Gary. Just through these sessions, Gary. You can email omg@omgmachines.com with questions if you really need to, and they'll pass them on to me if need be. From Mike. Yeah, you can leave them for as long as you want, Mike. And I've had videos up for like a year that I link to a year later and they rank, so. From Paul. Anything Spider Spanker I'll talk to Todd about. I'm not familiar with GoDaddy WordPress, Paul, so I don't know if it's different. I never used it. So I apologize for that. Alright, so it looks like about the last set of questions here. Probably websites, Brett. I don't know for sure. I would guess websites. But I mean, you could have a really good video and it could convert well, so I guess it depends on the quality of each. But if they're both the same quality, I really don't know. From Ben. But for affiliate, I would say definitely a website. You know, because with local, you can just put the phone number up there. For affiliate, they actually have to buy and click on something to buy it, so that gets a little more difficult. I believe you still can, Ben. I personally don't like to do that. But I've seen sites ranking with duplicate content where they just change like locations and stuff in the article. But I would be very careful with that. Thank you, Matt. From Andrews. That started at 2, Ben. 2 to 3. From Michael. Next session, I don't know yet. I haven't set it yet. Probably set it in the next couple days and it'll be in the members area. From Key. Yeah, I do care about global monthly searches for sure. You know, like when I'm looking at keywords, I'll think of words, I'll put them in, I'll see how many searches they get. And how many searches it gets does depend on how high on my radar it is. So, yeah, that definitely matters to me. You're welcome, Ian. Okay, you got it, Janet. Awesome, Paul. Gavin. It's all good. Ask if you guys got questions, ask. That's what I'm here for. At least these sessions are at least an hour. Sometimes I can go over. Days like today, I gotta cut it more because I don't have a drink next to me. I probably should have got a drink. My throat is on fire. But yeah, I mean, don't be afraid to ask tons of questions, guys. That's what you're paying for, and that's what I want you to do because I want to give you what you paid for, and more if possible. So please don't be afraid to ask too many questions. I really don't mind staying after most days, so. I don't know what he had set up, Welton, so I can't comment on that. From Brett. I got my alarm going off for auctions. I will maybe send a couple links to it, Brett, and see if you see some nice movement. If you do, then it's probably fair game. If you don't, then I would let it go. That's probably how I'd approach that. Alright, so this is going to be the last screenshot here. Alright, from Joseph. You're very welcome, Joseph. Glad these are helping people. From James. Good question, James. You can do either. I mean, I think the most important thing is to get a PBN built. So I would say PBN, building your PBN is #1 priority, because then by the time when your money site is built, you got your PBN ready to go to rank it. You know what I mean? So getting that PBN built is really big. I mean, it can really do a lot for you. So, but I mean, you can do both at the same time. You can do either. But my preference would be the PBN is #1 priority. But you don't have to do one before the other. Well, I mean, you do kind of have to have a PBN before you rank a money site, but you can have the money site first. Nothing wrong with that. And yeah, guys, don't forget, especially you beginners. A lot of our success stories were beginners. It's not just a pitch we used to sell this. I mean, we really have had a lot of people succeed with this. And a lot of them were in your same position where they're like, oh my god, I have so many questions. You just have to, the hardest part is the beginning. Bear down the beginning, keep going through the content, keep asking questions, get involved with the Facebook group, and eventually it comes together. I mean, there's so many people who used to be newbies that come on here or in the Facebook group and they explain, they say, I used to feel the exact same way. I was overwhelmed, I had so many questions, but if you just kind of bear down and just get through that phase and you learn that there's the initial steps, and trust me, it'll be well worth it. We've had a lot of people succeed from beginner. Very welcome, very welcome. What if people ongoing for the same businesses? I'm not sure what you mean there, Paul. I just use the keyword planner, James. Alright, awesome. Alright, so I'm going to end this one now. I'll put the recording in the bag. Alright, recording started. These are always recorded for the new people and put up in the members area, usually by the next day. So, alright, this question is from Gary. Yeah, that Gary, I can already tell you that's probably a problem. Anytime like I have a new client site or whatever, and I see that many referring domains, 200 referring domains, it worries me. And I'll look into what kind of links they are. A lot of times, that many referring domains, it's better just to start over on a new site. But sometimes I will, fire a couple links and then see if I see any movement. But most likely, it's a penalized site, Paul or Gary. From Paul. I've never heard the term domain popularity, but I imagine it's interchangeable with domain authority, I would guess. From Wilson. You target as many keywords as you want, Wilson. You can target 1, you can target 100, you can target 1,000. It just depends how much you can expand on the keywords and how many keywords you're targeting per page and all that stuff. From Rob. I don't have a ton of 301 experience, Rob. Next time we get Jimmy on a call, we can ask him, but me personally, I wouldn't do that with the bad domain, but you could ask that in the Facebook group, and someone might be able to give you a better answer, because I just don't mess with 301s that much. From Alfred. Whatever authority fits your budget, Alfred, and it depends what niche you're going after. You know, I've shown this example many times. Let me go to Google. This is a friend of mine. He owns a barber shop, and I did this with one link from a site that cost me about $50, something like that. I don't remember the price. You know, anything you type in about barbershop, Delaware barbershops, you know, best Delaware barbershop, and this is all just from one link. Okay, one link from one expired domain, which wasn't even that expensive. So it really depends on the market you're in, and you know what you're doing. I mean, there's not really like a limit. All right. So let me go get a new set of questions. A lot of people tonight, so we'll probably be on a little more than an hour, I'm guessing. But we'll see. Alright, from Dave. Mostly, Dave, I rank my sites by mostly PBN only. And I have no problem at all. If it's a big site like Qzx, I might do some social, like, you know, link to Facebook to it and all that. But outside of that, I don't really need much else. You really don't. From Mika. Yep, you'll find a replay of this in the members area when it's all done, probably by tomorrow. From Ken. Yeah, you can set up a call forwarding number, Ken. You can use a service like callfire.com or analytic call tracking, and they can track your numbers and all that stuff. And you can track who calls there and then follow up with a business. From George. Oh, okay, Jordan Fletch cut his short. From Calvin. You want to start with the orientation, Calvin. The orientation section. Get that webinar, and Dave just did a new video on orientation, how to get started and all that. From Teb. Yeah, again, how many I developed doesn't. It really varies. You know, that barbershop took one. You know, Qzx I've probably done, I don't know, 80 by now, because I'm just targeting so many keywords for that. So it just depends on what you're trying to do. James. No specific amount of referring domains, James, just good links, quality links. From Ben. I usually change all my content, Ben. Totally new content. Leaving the content the same and changing the city or town, I think that still works. But I would just be very careful doing that, because who knows how long that will last. From Dan. Yeah, you don't gotta have SEO in the title or in the domain, Dan. You can use that. From Guy. I mean, really, they change their algorithm every day, but I mean, major changes a few times a year. You know, and of course, we stay on top of that guy. You know, I got tons of sites out there that I watch, and anytime there's a change, I make sure I, try to figure out what's going on as quick as possible. Not just for you guys, but for me as well. So, from Wilson. I mean, usually you can tell by like what type of keyword it is. Like, obviously if it's something like weight loss, it's going to be really hard. And you can also look at what domains are ranking, and what type of domain authority they have. Do they have links going to them and all that? But I would stick with long tail keywords to start if you're even asking that question, because long tail keywords convert very well and they're easier to rank for. So, from Anthony. Yeah, again, if you're just getting started, go through the orientation section. Go through orientation webinar, David's new video, and go from there. The first thing you want to do though is learn how to build a PBN and all that stuff. I mean, anything that's just natural to the site, Paul. I mean, if it's a dog site and it's naturally having links from other dog sites and all that, that's natural. You can tell by the anchor text. Like, if there's a lot of branded anchor text, that's usually natural. So you just look at who's linking to it, what anchor text they're using, and all that stuff. and I cover that in a lot of the videos. From Ted. And you don't necessarily have to delete them, Ted. You can just leave them the way they are and, just do what I showed going forward. That's not a big deal. From Ken. Yep, and I just did a video on that, Ken. From Gavin. That's irrelevant, Gavin. How many pages? You can use them all for one page. It doesn't really matter. From Daryl. Yep, absolutely can use WordPress. That's actually what I recommend. I rarely use Google Analytics, Bob. I don't really do that side of things. I let partners take care of that. But I know a lot of my partners use GetClicky. From Ken. I cover this in videos, Ken, but just because you have pre-existing links going to the site, it gives it domain authority, so it's getting power. All right, so it's pre-powered, it's pre-trusted, and that's why we use them. From Ben. Yeah, I believe so, Ben. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm working on that now with Jimmy and the Network Empire crew. From Brian. Yeah, Brian, I cover that in the sink or swim method a lot. I talk about it over at the optimization a ton. From Ted. And guys, if you're new, the best thing to do is watch the videos first and write down questions you have, because I cover a lot of these questions in the videos, so that would be my recommendation. No, I don't silo my PBNs, Ted. From Wilson. No, you just want to set it up before you start your linking. You want to know what URL is going to rank for what keywords. That way you can link to it and make it rank for it. So as long as you know before. From Anders. Probably the 5 really good ones, but again, it depends on the niche. It depends what type of keywords you're going after. For local, you'd be fine with 10 low ones, and that would be cheaper and easier for, an easier keyword. But if you're going after tougher ones, you want to go after the better sites. So, all right, let me go get some new questions. From Gordon. Not really any limitation there, Gordon. I mean, you can use 30 different money sites on your 10 PBNs if you want. I just wouldn't put too many links in the same post, because then it starts getting spammy. But yeah, not really any specific limitation. Rarely are you going to have too many money sites in the same niche. I have a lot of sites in the same niche. I don't think I have any more than like 15 in one niche. So, and that's high. From Evan. Nope, no time frame. Doesn't matter when you start. When you start, you'll use the power. That's all that matters. From Scott. I wouldn't keep repeating SEO in the inner thing, Scott. If you're gonna set up an SEO, just set up an SEO silo. So you got domain.com/SEO/city, like that. That's too long. And then you can take care of expert in the title. You know what I mean? You can have like San Francisco, if I spelled that right, SEO expert. If you're trying to target expert, you can just put that in the title. You don't gotta apologize for being late. No problem. From what's up, Pete? From Wilson. I probably used like Best Delaware Barbershop, something like that. Wilson, I forget. It was a while ago. From Ben. I haven't looked at that yet, Ben. So I'm not entirely sure. I gotta meet with Jimmy on that soon to do the PBM Reloaded thing too. Just the higher the better, Bob. You know, anything over 10,000 is great. 10,000 to 50,000 is good. 50,000 to 250,000 is pretty good, and below 250 is eh. So, from Paul. Yeah, it just depends what method you want, Paul. I just like my way of doing things. I'm stuck in my ways. You know, I have my process for finding domains. A lot of people like PBN Sniper, so it just depends what. Neither way is wrong. Yeah, same thing. Probably like Delaware Barbershop, something like that. Yazid. Branded anchor text means when you use your anchor text and it's the name of the link or the name of the company, something like that. Mostly the same thing, except for your money site ones. You're looking for a domain that has a name that makes sense that you can use, and you don't want cats.com to promote a dog product. And then you are also looking for a lot of branded anchor text. Same thing, kinda. You know what I mean? But you kind of want to pay more attention to the domain name and a little bit more on the anchor text. You want as much branded anchor text as possible. That's what I like, at least. From SJ. You can no, you can still rank thin sites totally fine. Nothing wrong. I have smaller sites that do totally fine. SJ. From Rob. No, I didn't really have an idea. You know, I just started firing. I would see where I ranked and take it from there. You know, I mean, I started with the easier keywords and just kind of worked my way up. From Elizabeth. Yeah, usually. Most of the time I'll just use NS1, NS2, but I will use different numbers sometimes. From Azid. It should be in our members area, or you can go find it at wordpress.org. And we got a lot of people on, so I'm still about 9:05, about 10 minutes behind in questions. Like I said, I'll probably end up staying later than an hour tonight, because we have so many people on. From Brian. Yeah, you can, and I do that, Brian. You know, I had KLKS.com, the homepage, ranking for electronic cigarette on the homepage, or on the first page of Google for a while. Then I kind of let go because it wasn't converting too much PBNs for something that just wasn't profiting that much. So, from Ben. I have done it, Ben. I just like using them just directly to my money sites more though. I'm testing more with it, but right now I use them pretty much all to my money site unless I'm doing testing. From Paul. I don't know if I did a video on that, Paul, but the person who made that video, his name is Dan Pulaski. He's in the Facebook group, if that's kind of what you're getting at. From Tom. It's probably fine to do, Tom. I wouldn't use it for too many sites. You know, maybe like 3 or 4, something like that. But I wouldn't keep using it site after site after site. Me personally. From Paul. I mean, page authority is great. You want to have, if it's high page authority and domain authority, that's good. You know what I mean? Um, If you have high domain authority, low page authority, I kind of look at that as the same as like medium page authority, medium domain authority. You kind of got to mix the two together. I skip Anthony's? No, I don't know what you mean there, Anthony. From Yazid. Yeah, and we covered that just a little bit ago. From Jeff. Yeah, how many PBNs you use really depends on too many factors to answer, that general of a question. Depends on the keyword competition and all that. From Gavin. I'm actually going to write down questions that people always ask so I can cover them in videos. From Gavin. You use different PBNs, Gavin. So each link you have will have a different anchor text going to the same page. From Pete. Yeah, and I cover that in the sink or swim method. How to use your anchor text. From Poll. Yeah, I mean, I'm using about 80 PBNs right now to KLKS, something like that. Yeah, but I started slow. I started a low amount, and a lot of those PBNs are used for really competitive keywords that need a lot of PBNs. So, I mean, it's not as many as it seems, really, because I built my way up slowly, and you gotta build your way up. From Wilson. And I just did a video on that, Wilson. It's in your members area. From GW. I don't know, GW. Never used it, so I'm not sure. I just embed the code as text, in the HTML code. From Alfred. You're going to need a lot, Alfred, for something like phone charger. Again, my recommendation is go after long tail keywords because they convert way better. You know exactly what the person wants. Someone doing phone charger could really want anything. They could be looking on for something about why their phone charger is broken or why their phone charger does this or that. Like, you don't know what they're looking for. Whereas if someone types in AT&T iPhone 5 phone charger, you know exactly what they want, and you can display that when they get to a page. So I would do long tail keywords, trust me. Probably Rob, yeah. Yep. From Brian. Yeah, I put it in a spreadsheet, Brian. That's exactly right. From Gordon. No, Gordon. Just, again, I use my PBNs to my money slate. That's it. That's all you got to worry about. From Gary. Pretty much, Gary, yeah. I would, if you want to, you can send a few links for like long tail keywords and see if they rank. Like really easy to rank for keywords and see if you see a lot of movement for it, and if you do, then you might be alright. You can kind of test. From James. No, I don't build links to my PBNs. I just go buy new ones. From Dan. Yes, that's fine, Dan. From Wilson. No minimum. No minimum. I mean, there's keywords out there that get 5 searches a month that you can make thousands of dollars with. That show they get 5 searches a month. So, I mean, there's no minimum. From Andy. I don't know any off the top of my head, Andy. From Vadim. Yeah, you definitely want different. I mean, you don't need different hosting accounts, but as you get more and more sites, you want to use different hosting, just to be safe. But you definitely want each site to have a different IP. From Mary. Just PBNs, Mary. Someone did try to negative SEO me. If you're seeing those links, I didn't do them. From Pete. Yeah, having the keywords in the content will definitely help, Pete. Then, of course, you want them in your anchor text where you're building links. From Ben. Yeah, any URL, Ben. You don't. I mean, there's no point really linking to it twice. And you're not really doing anything more to power it. It's not going to hurt you. It's just not. You're not going to get any more power from it. From Minaj. You aren't also getting their website. You're just you're getting a domain which has all those links going to it, which means it's powered. You're not getting their website. You're just getting the domain name, which is powered. Pre-powered. From Ben. Usually like a day or two, Ben, but it depends who it's with. What domain registrar. Some of them can take a few days. I've had to take up to a week, but usually within a day or two. For GW, I use limit login attempts. You can use Spider Spanker to help a little bit with security, but I'm not a big security person, so I don't know the best answer for that. Jeff, yeah, I use something called Microsite Masters for that. I mean, it's a paid service, but micrositemasters.com. That's what I use for my keyword tracking. You're welcome, Wayne. I'm not sure what you were thanking me for, but you're welcome. From SJ. Yeah, I mean, the one that I used as an example was like a PR2, PR3, exactly. That's not really like a super hard keyword. Yeah, you don't need like the really good ones, SJ. You can go with the PR2 quality, PR3 quality, and do fine. Now, you can't expect to rank for the super competitive keywords, but you can definitely use them, start with them, and build your way up. That's what I did. From Yomi. I just go with whatever one has more links, Yomi. From Wilson. I mean, NHB pretty much is OMG now, Wilson. We only have the coaching, so, I mean, it's basically the same thing now. Nope, I never cross-link PBNs. From Les. I don't have any to pay attention to that, Les. I wouldn't worry about it. From Tom. Give it some more time, Tom. I had the same thing happen recently. It took a couple weeks, so. From Paul. Not that I know of, Paul, but you can ask that in the Facebook group. There's a lot of people from those areas that can tell you for sure. From Wilson. No, you can do that. You can do it with the categories, Wilson. If that's easier for you. Gary, I would honestly recommend just starting a new site. I know you probably don't want to hear that, but it's probably going to be the easiest thing. Ted, that's probably in one of the beginner videos. I would ask that to, anytime you want to know where a video is on something, I would email David at omgmachines.com, because he's the one that places the videos, like what goes where. From Angela. What do you mean by what content, Angela? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, PBNs, you can use cheap content. I use cheap, unique content. You know, it's not the greatest content, but it's unique and it works. For my money sites, once they get ranking, I have someone write something that will convert for me. You can find people in the Facebook group. You can find people at article writing sites. From Wilson. It can be a problem, Wilson. No, I wouldn't do it anymore, but yeah, I mean that can put you into problems. From Scott. Scott, I would probably start with just changing the title first to fit your keywords. I don't like changing my URLs unless I have to. But yeah, I would change the title first and go from there. From Joe. Again, I would email David to know exactly where a video is. From Gavin. No, Gavin. We're looking for that for a different reason. Because that just shows natural links. And it helps us, if we want to target that URL for something, we can really hammer money keywords. Because it's already filled out with branded anchor text. From Malcolm. The Facebook group, Malcolm. I think there's some people in there to do it. But Mike takes care of a lot of our design. From Yazid. I mean, you just gotta look at it in hrefs or something like that, Yazid, where you see how many links it has, you see what the anchor text is, and all that. But I can always help with that as well. I don't know what you mean by this right here. But I would likely do category, keyword, city, state. I wouldn't do them so long. You want to break up each category into a section. From Gordon. You can use any type of content on any site, Gordon. It's the link juice powering the site. And so you can use any topic, doesn't matter what topic you use or what the site was on. You can use anything. From Ben. I've never seen 10 videos ranking, but I've seen 3 or 4, something like that. From Josh. Yeah, absolutely, Josh. You're just going to lose the power that anything you were linking to, you're obviously going to probably end up taking those links down, and they'll lose that power, obviously. But no, there's no problem with that. From Paul. Yep, I start with easier keywords and work my way up. Easier keywords, just longer tail, Maybe something like best e-cigarette brands, something like that, or maybe brand names that aren't as well known. Like V2 Cigs and Green Smoke, they're really popular. Maybe I'll go after smaller brand names. Something that maybe gets a couple hundred searches a month. From Wahane. I mean, I don't know what you mean by that question. Just, pick stuff that's launching, get up a site, and send expired domains to them. That's how you would do the day job killer. From Pete. You change the SOA records, Pete, and I cover that in the videos. From Gavin. As far as the hosting email goes, Pete, for domain email, you do who is privacy. From Gavin. The e-cigarette brands page does the most traffic. I guess someone's promoting web hosting. From Yomi. Yeah, again, this question comes up a lot. I can't pinpoint how many PBN sites you need because I don't know how strong your PBNs are. I don't know what keywords you're targeting. I don't know what type of site it is. So that's impossible to answer, unfortunately. I wish I could. From George. Yeah, I'm not ranking for electronic cigarettes anymore. I kind of let go of that one because it wasn't converting that well. From Paul. I mean, just longer, Paul. Something that's, weight loss for women over 40. That would be a long tail keyword. From Rob. Nope, I log in and do them one by one because I like to track exactly what I'm doing. And I don't let anyone else touch my stuff. I do it all myself, so. Spider Spanker hides links that the PBN is linking to. So you install them on your PBN so the robots don't pick up what that's linking out to, which will then hide them from your money site. Yeah, absolutely, Pete. Definitely send internal pages. From Rob. Yep, I definitely have done that, Rob. I do it all the time. I just do it slowly. If I need to change 10 of them, I'm not going to do it all in one day. I might do 2 one day, skip a day, 1 the next day, 3 the next day, skip a couple days, do 1. I'll split it up. From Joe. You can, Joe, but I would really focus on getting expired domains the way I show event, as soon as you can. From Paul. Nope, straight PBN to money site, Paul. Curlin. Yes, PR0 is fine if it has good links. Scott. And I cover that in a new video, Scott. I just did a video on that. They don't have to be themed. From Chris. I mean, they can be the normal price for some domains, Chris. It depends what type of domains they're going after. And if you can't afford that, I would just lower your qualifications. And the more research you do, the better chance you have of finding domains at a good price. I do tons and tons of research. From George. I've never really tested with it, George, but I'm sure it does. I wouldn't keep using the same keywords over and over and over again. Your alt tags, I would change it up, but I'm sure it helps a little bit. From Vadim. Yeah, why not? If that's what you want to rank for. From Rob. That's a tongue twister. I gotta read this one again. Um, Subdomains. So I'm guessing they don't have different IPs. I would put them on different IPs if it were me. If that's what you're saying. From GW. Yeah, for different keywords. That's why you group them in different URLs. Yeah, in that case, GW, then you're just going to have 15 PBNs to rank it, you know what I mean? So you don't have the extra URLs, so depends how you set it up. Scott. I believe they do YouTube videos, Scott. I've never used them for that, but I'm pretty sure they do. From Edgar. I don't do that, Edgar. I don't mess with it, so. I do both, Rob. I do everything. Don't really have like a specific recommendation. Usually, if it's gonna be a larger site, I'll do a branded. Sometimes smaller sites, I'll do EMD. Sometimes I'll still do branded. It really depends. From Gavin. It doesn't necessarily have to be about dog bowls, but at least something about dogs, Gavin. Just at least about the general topic. Yeah, so you can just do general stuff, Gavin. You can do stuff about dogs, and then start talking about, you can just kind of write in dog bowls in there creatively. From SJ. Not necessarily. It really depends, SJ. I don't do a ton with Weebly either, so. From Curlin. Nope, they'll help you, Curlin. Again, they're not gonna help you rank for car insurance or something like that, but they can help you. From Steve. I wouldn't link each keyword, but if you mention something you have another page on, then I would link to it. Just link to that other page. For George. And you can kind of use Callz as a blueprint. Go look at what I did for that. For George again. Yes, that's pretty much what I do, George. Or that's what I did, when I didn't have as many PBNs. From Gary. A referring domain is just, it's a domain. So if you have links from 30 different referring domains, that just means you have links from 30 different domains. They're totally different. That's all it means. From Pete. If you want to do a silo, then yes, that's what you would do, Pete. From Ed. Go check out my new video, Ed. I cover that exact question. That video was just released a day or two ago. From Rob. No, I just have someone set up my PBNs, Rob. And I use Link Juice Keeper to preserve the links. That's pretty much it. From Angela. Yeah, I mean, I show that in the videos, Angela, at least for the PBNs. For your money sites, I would talk to Mike about that. That's more about, like, design and all that stuff, which I just have other people do for me. But, as far as PBNs, I cover that in the videos. I mean, if your content's not unique, Nan, it's just, you just run the risk of running into penalties and it creates problems that don't need to be there, in my opinion. Or it's just like another factor you got to worry about, which you could get rid of by just using unique content. From Angela. Nope, you don't gotta keep the old content. Nope, nope, nope. And all you gotta use is Link Juice Keeper. That's it, Angela. That's all you gotta do. Now you can put up new content, link out to whatever you want. All that juice is still there. GW. Not necessarily GW. I mean, you gotta see who's ranking for what and how many links they have and what their domain authority is and all that. I mean, if I'm looking at a client, like an old client site, the more referring domains they have, the more concerned I am. Because, with SEO right now, less is more. The more you have, the more problems you can run into. So the more links I see going to a site that I'm trying to rank, that I haven't built those links for, then the more concerned I'm going to be. For GW. Yeah, and then the strength of the PBNs, of course. From Wahane. Yes, there is video on that. From Vadim. I personally wouldn't Vadim. I used to, and I didn't see good results from it after some time, so I just use unique content. And if you guys ask a second like a follow-up question, make sure you include your first question, because I don't remember the previous question. From Gavin. Yeah, it's going to help you rank for these two, for sure, Gavin. And that's why we do the sink or swim method, which I cover in the sink or swim section. That's why we do it that way, because exactly what you just said. From Ted. Nope, you just install and activate. That's it. That is it. From Rob. Nah, you can't put Spider Spanker on them, Rob, I don't think. They can help, but I focus more on regular sites. Me personally. From Brian. Yeah, that's fine, Brian. As long as it has good links, I'll purchase anything. From Joe. Yes, it does, Joe. They convert very well, usually. An exact match domain, Yazid, means your domain name is the name of the keyword. Okay, so if you're trying to target weight loss for women, an EMD for that would be weightlossforwomen.com. An exact match domain. Elizabeth, you're going to want to go through the videos. PBN is a private blog network. It's a site we use to power our money sites. And again, we cover that deep in the videos. I'll go through orientation videos first, Elizabeth, and then work your way into the other videos. That kind of tells you where to start and all that stuff. From Vadim. It depends. If they have good links going to them, I'll keep them, Vadim. If not, I'll get rid of them. From Aurelio. It's a lot harder to tell, and I have a video on this, Aurelio, describing, Google penalties. It's really hard to tell, but, if you don't have keywords you should be ranking for not ranking, or they're ranking on like 4th, 5th pages when they should be ranking a lot higher. Usually it's over-optimization penalty. But I have a video on this kind of describing it, but it's hard to tell nowadays. Weebly site's just like a Web 2.0 site, Ken. It's kind of like, I like Tumblr or something like that, where it's a large site where you can kind of like create a blog on it. So that's kind of what it is. From Scott. As long as it has other good links and it's not a ton of bad links, Scott, that should be fine. From Andrew. More and more affiliate, Andrew. A lot more affiliate now than client. Whereas when I started, it was more client. And then I kind of worked my way into more and more and more affiliate. So. From Curlin. Yeah, cheap hosting like for your PBNs. I use Host9, BizBuilder, ASEO hosting I use, SEO web hosting. They're really cheap. There's Dollar SEO hosting. I've had some problems with them, but they're very cheap. Who else do I use? Let me see. Got my other computer here. I'll bring it up. I've tried Cloak Hosting. I have a few sites with them. Who else? HostSEO.org. Indianets. And I have accounts with all these people. Some of them multiple accounts. I think SEO hosts, I think it's .com. I think it's a .com. There's SEOhosting.com. There's Skynet Hosting. And that's it. That's who I have accounts with. From Tony. The quickest way is to target long-tail keywords, Tony. Targeting brand names and brand name review, that converts very well. Day Job Killer is a good way to go. How do you create a link? In the content, Gary, you just highlight it, you hit the link button, and you put in the URL that you want to link to. That's just in WordPress. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, talk to David Mills, David at omgmachines.com. We might even have beginner videos on that type of stuff. If we don't, he'll probably have me make them. Ken, Link Juice Keeper helps you keep all the links that are going to an old site. So if we buy like a site, site.com, and site.com has like links going to site1.com page 1. Well, when we get the site, we're just using site.com, okay? Page 1 will no longer be there because that's the old site. What it does is it redirects all the links going to page 1 and sends it to the home page, so it keeps the link juice. So any pages that don't exist anymore, it says, okay, if that page no longer exists, redirect that link to the home page. And that's what it does for us. So it keeps all the link juice. Link Juice Keeper setup is very easy, Wayne. You install it, you upload it through WordPress, and you activate it. That's it. So you go to WordPress.org and search for it, or download it from our members area. Okay, say it's on your desktop. When you're in WordPress, you go to Plugins, Install Plugin, hit the Upload button, choose that file, and hit Activate. That's it. From Paul. It doesn't have to be relevant, Paul. It does not have to be relevant. It's all about the link juice. From Steve. No, I wouldn't worry about just a couple, Steve. If they're not your links, you can't delete them. But I wouldn't worry about just a couple. From Vadim. I mean, Vadim, you would just do something like out for that. For example, I would do like domain.com. Computer repair. Just as an example. And then location. Okay. And if you're going to do, if you're going to do state and city, you can do state and then city. All right. So this URL would target state computer repair. This URL would target city computer repair. That's the way I would set it up. All right, Joe. Yeah, I do, and I do use the same key every time, Joe. Don't worry about that. From Yomi. Just make sure you're looking at the site that you're bidding on, Yomi. So it's okay if it redirects. We're looking at the link. We just want to make sure that we have the site we're actually trying to buy up. All right. So just make sure you're looking at the right URL. From Arthur. I think you're talking about microsite masters, Arthur, I think. Yep, I think you're talking about microsite masters. From Paul. Yep, absolutely, Paul. Do it all the time. Aurelio. No, not a bad idea, Aurelio. You just won't get like a ton of juice out of them if they don't have, links going to them. From Curlin. I mean, you can, if those links are strong links, then it'll give you some power. I mean, if it only has 2 links going to it and they're weak links, it's not going to do much for you. From Edgar. You can if you want, Edgar. I usually just do content when I want to link out. That's just me. From Ed. Ed, I cover this in the new video. Just shot it, because a lot of people asked that question. From Tony. Easiest way to promote it? I would probably ask Fletch that question, Tony. I'm not that good with conversion. I just rank stuff and then kind of pass on conversion to other people. So, but I mean, as far as the SEO side, Tony, I would target like for like ClickBank or CPI. I would target like brand names, like product name review. That converts very well. As far as like how to set up the site, that'd be something to ask Fletch probably. From Ted. No, you can have your sites with GoDaddy as a domain registrar, Ted, and use a different hosting. You don't have to use GoDaddy for the hosting. From Gavin. I use so many different hosts just in case. Alright, Gavin, so say you got 50 sites on one host, right? Use all these 50 PBNs to link to your money sites, and something happens with that account. Where maybe your links are all down for 3-4 days. Do you want all your links down at once? You know what I mean? Like, and what if they find something and they can just find all your sites on the same server? Most likely it's not going to matter, Gavin, but I just do it just to be extra safe. All right. And you don't have to worry about that really till you start getting like a good amount of PBNs, like over 40 or so, I would say. I have two computers because my other one's slow as hell. So I mean, when I'm working, if I can work 5 minutes quicker every hour, that's an average of 45 minutes a day. It saved me, which is a lot of money for me. So it's worth, one day is almost worth getting a new computer that's faster for me. So that's why. I actually have about 5 computers. I just use 2 of them now. From Gary. I don't know, Gary, because I don't know what you're using. So I'm not exactly sure. If you have any final questions, put them in real quick, and I'll get to all these final questions we got. Up to about 10 o'clock or so. Then I'll get this recording in the bag for everyone. I've never heard of Phoenix, Ed. Never heard of him. From Yomi. A PBN that has a 404 error page? That might be a problem with the hosting, Yomi. I don't know exactly what you're talking about there. But it's probably I would contact the hosting company. From Paul. There should be a high definition option, Paul. In the right-hand corner, bottom right-hand corner, you should be able to switch it to HD. Because a couple people complained to that. They went to the HD and it worked fine for them. Alright, GW. Talk to you soon, Graham. You are welcome, Wahane, from Janet. Oh, yeah, that was for you, Janet. I forgot. I was forgetting who asked me to do that. Is there an ideal ratio for root domain and total links? Not necessarily. I mean, you kind of learn that as you bid on domains. But, like, a domain in the low 30s should have, on average, I don't know, like 30, 40 referring domains. Might only have 10 if they're really strong. Might have 60, 70. But when you start getting, like, referring domains and a couple hundred referring domains for a domain that has, domain authority in the low 30s, that's too many. And you'll kind of learn that as you go. And if you see, anything over 250, usually it has to be up in the high 40s at least. Maybe even the 50s or 60s. But that's something you kind of pick up. And even if you don't know that, you can tell by the links, what's linking to what the domain authority is, and all of that. If a site has 300 referring domains and it's all from low domain authority, then it's no good. So, and that kind of goes with Janet's question, Paul. But natural links are just links that, not links that are like blog comments or from articles or from web directories. We don't want that because we can get them. We're looking for links that come from normal websites that don't link to everyone. You know what I mean? Like, not web directories, not article directories, not blog comments. If you have like a Nashville restaurant that you're looking at as far as like a domain name, that would probably have links from a lot of Nashville websites. All right, and that's natural. Maybe even Nashville Gov would link to it because it's a really popular Nashville bar. So they say, if you come visit Nashville, make sure to check out this restaurant, which is the name of the domain you're bidding on. That's a natural link. CPA is cost per action. No, you don't have to build a website for each keyword, Paul. You can group your pages to target specific keywords, and I talk about that in the videos. So I'll get one last screenshot here, and then we'll wrap up. So this will be the last one. This covers everything that I had up until now. Zoom. There we go. From Josh. No, it just gives you the data, Josh. Anyone that puts in your site will get that data. That's all. Difference between A class and C class is just the IP range. So, you get an IP, it's like 124.76.38.95. All right. A different C class could be something like 124.76.45.95. That just has a different C class. That's A, B, C, D. All right. Different A class would be something like 190.76, then different C class 37.95. So it just makes it even more unique, all right, because the first number is different as well. You are welcome, Ed. Good night, Gary. I don't really have a favorite, so to speak. It depends what you're looking for, Andrew. So, it depends what you're doing. I like private affiliate programs, though, Andrew, because usually those don't have as much competition. Like a lot of the electronic cigarettes companies have their own private programs. So I like the private ones probably the best. All right, Scott, Gary, Gavin, have a good night. Welcome, Tammy, Paul. Yeah, I just submitted it, Paul, so I don't know where it is exactly. David can tell you that. It should be on the in the news section. So as soon as you log in, it should say update, new video added, and that's where the video will be for the new videos at least. For Tom, Tony. I'm not sure 1&1 allows different IPs, Tony, and I've never used them, so I'm not sure. Welcome, Pete. Welcome, James. Welcome, Jeff. Welcome, Bob and Tony. Yes, the expireddomains.net, Tony. That's the free one you can use. Expireddomains.net. Register Compass is the paid one. Alright? Alright, guys, that does it for this session. I'm going to get this recording in the bag. And I'll send it over to David, and he'll get it up for you. Again, if you're looking to know where videos are, ask David. David at omgmachines.com. He'll tell you where videos are located and all that stuff. Alright, guys, I'll see you next session, which will be probably early next week, I would imagine. See you all soon. Alright, so recording is started. Let me take a screenshot of some questions. Alright, so first one from Michael. You can set up your own, Michael, like ns1.yourdomainname.com. You just use the IP that the site's on. I think that's what you're asking. If not, let me know. Alright, from Chris. Yeah, I mean, it depends what the anchor text is. I mean, like, what the what the links are, like what kind of where they're from, if they're like natural type of links. Like, are they from normal websites? Are they from, if they're from like directories and stuff like that, I wouldn't really like that. Um, so yeah, I mean, it just depends, but it doesn't mean I wouldn't get it, but that is a lot. And it also depends how many links it has. If it has 100 links and 95 of them are the same exact thing, that's kind of a bad sign. So it depends on the quality of the links and how many links it has. And from Tom, I don't honestly, Tom, I don't know the technical stuff. I just use them the way I show. I've had no problem with it. I don't know what you're asking about. But remember also, using their name servers is fine. I mean, I wouldn't keep using them and using them if you have tons of network sites. But so many people use Host9 that those name servers are used for every single account. The same name servers. It's not somewhere else where they keep changing them up. ASO hosting, you'll get like ns61 dot whatever their thing is .com. Then for another account, you might get ns23. So they use ns1, 2, and 3 .speedy DNS on every single account. So those DNS are so much more common that you kind of blend in. But again, I wouldn't keep using them over and over and over and over again if you have like tons and tons and tons of sites like I do. But yeah, I mean, I just set up private name servers with them, Tom. Where I just, set up the name servers like I would anything else, the private name servers. Or you can use A records. I mean, you can put the IP in as an A record. If you're looking to join the Facebook group, you got to message me on Facebook. The directions are on the home page of your members there. A lot of people post on my Facebook wall. I didn't even look at my wall. So if you post on my wall, I rarely look at my own wall. So let me get some new questions here. And also, the thing about posting on my wall is that people can see your receipt and email and then try to message me using the same thing, and so that's why I don't do the wall thing, except in rare occasions. Alright, so I got your first question from Philip. I mean, Google Keyword Planner just came, so I doubt it'll go away. So I wouldn't worry about that, Philip. Personally, I only buy at auction, Ken. Auction and pre-release, which is pretty much an auction. So yeah, I mean, those two are the two I stick to. Just because those were the best domains come from. I'm sure you can do it. People do other stuff, and they pick out some decent domains, I'm sure. And you're talking about totally expired domains, Rich. I haven't done it in a while, just because again I'm looking for higher quality sites. But I'm sure because expired domains are usually the ones that go through auction and no one buys them. So I'm sure there are some good ones that slip through, but for the most part, I stick with auction. And you're gonna have more trouble trying to find better domains in the expired domains section. Yeah, we tried to switch it up, Phil. Whoops. I don't know why they would tell you that, Michael. I've done it, and I do it. I mean, it's just like any other service. I don't know why. That's weird. People are having trouble with that. I mean, you set up the name servers in the cPanel. You set up the name servers with your domain, whoever you have your domain with, to the IP, and then you just set the name servers. I mean, I haven't done it in a while with Host 9, so I don't know if something changed. But I'll look into it. Yeah, Moz has been picking up PBN links. Been trying to figure it out. So link privacy didn't work either, Dave. It seems they are, Moz is doing something where they're getting through. Even though if we're blocking the IP range, the bot, we don't know what they're doing yet, but some of them are getting through for Moz, which is funny because they talk about, uh, privacy stuff and how they're all about privacy, yet they aren't sticking to their own rules where they're not obeying our sites. We're telling them we don't want your bot picking up our links, yet they're bypassing it. So, all right, Elizabeth. I mean, it depends on you, Elizabeth. I don't know the exact situation. But I mean, day job killer is a good way to go because it's easier to rank. I mean, affiliate products can be good too. Local, I mean, anything really, Elizabeth. I would just start with like easier keywords. Day job killer can be easy, and then long tail affiliate keywords. Again, local, a lot of local stuff's easy to rank. So I mean, really anything. Start with that. From Cheryl. What do you mean buy from an affiliate, Cheryl? I mean, yeah, any site can really be used as a money site, so the answer is most likely yes. But I don't know what you mean by buy from an affiliate. I guess if you mean buy from someone else, I mean, yeah, absolutely, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, and it looks like George is able to set up the host 9 thing. From Mike. Yeah, you have to. I would put up an article of your own. There don't have to be like great quality, Mike, but I wouldn't have like spelling and structure errors. And I would use unique content, but it doesn't have to be like really good content. I never use good content. As long as the spelling's correct, the sentence structure's correct, I don't worry about the quality at all. So, all right, let me go get another screenshot. From Ken. Not quite sure what you're asking, Ken. Explain the ranking listings on Google. I mean, they're just like any other rankings, Ken. They just have a lot of power because they're popular places. And then we can build properties off them and kind of use that power they already have to rank on Google. I mean, they find them any other, just like they do anything else, Ken. And they actually find them easier because they're so high with authority. They're so popular. So, if you have a Facebook account, you just have a page on Facebook, all right? Whereas if you have a website, you own that website. All right, from Paul. No, I mean, there's no problem with that, Paul. But you always want to make sure that, they don't already have like a ton of spammy links going to their sites, because that's usually a penalty. In that case, I would just have them start a new site, but no, there's no problem with that at all. from Chris. Nah, I wouldn't worry about that, Chris. That's just, that's stuff you can't control. I've bought a lot of domains, I've never had that problem, so I wouldn't worry about that. From Wilson. Yeah, yeah, no problem with that at all. From Tom. I mean, I don't use the same IP, Tom. I use whatever IP the site's on. That's how I set them up from what I remember. I haven't done it in a while with Host 9, but yeah, I mean, I used whatever IP the site was on. From Pat. No, no, it doesn't have to be aged, Pat. I mean, it doesn't hurt, but it doesn't have to be. From Cheryl. No, I'll build PBNs for all my sites if I want to. So you don't. I mean, you can do that if you want. That's being extra careful, Cheryl. But you can build a PBN site. You can have a PBN site and use it for many of your sites if you want. From Rob. More links probably, Rob. Now I would need to see your anchor text ratio, but I don't know if you saw my post on Facebook, but videos, it seems the links from videos seem to be kicking in a lot later. Like, if you do a link, like if I hit a video with a bunch of links from my network or something, it won't move for like a month and a half, then all of a sudden it'll jump up real quick. A month and a half later, so. And if you have a network, Rob, I would hit it with blog network links. From Tom. They want to rank for Yanmar. Let me see. I wouldn't even try to rank for that. With that keyword, you got huge sites ranking. You got Wikipedia here, eBay. I mean, it would be possible getting here, but what's the point of that? There's more long tail keywords you can rank for a lot easier. They'll convert a lot better. So I would just tell them it's not worth it. And if they didn't like that, I would just say, well, there's nothing. I mean, it's just not, like if they want to pay you to try to rank for it, that's fine. But I would really push that to let them know that long tail keywords would be the better option, especially in this case. Because I mean, there's not really any point in spending so much resources trying to rank for something that's probably not going to hit the top of the first page. Hitting the bottom of the first page would be enough work. So. Alright, Ken, so an LSI is like, think of it as like a synonym, so let me bring up Notepad here. If you have, like Texas lawyers. Oops, Texas lawyers. Then LSI would be like lawyers in Texas. Okay, it stands for latent semantic indexing or something like that. But you know, the simple term is kind of like a synonym. Even something like Texas lawyers can be considered LSI, or I'm sorry, Texas attorneys. It's early. Or attorneys in Texas. So it's basically just stuff that's very similar to the keyword you're talking about. All right, LSI. From Rich. No minimum, Rich. Remember domain authority and page authority, they're just filtering stuff that we use to find good sites. So we're just using them to more filter. Like, you know, we helps find us the good sites, and it gets rid, you know, so we have less data to look at, okay? But there's not really a minimum. Well, I mean, I guess there can be a minimum domain authority. I would say bare minimum is 15, and that's pretty low. I'm sure there's sites that are actually below that that have decent. Because I mean, you can have one really good link, and the domain authority can be low, but it can still be worth it. So it's, you know, it's tough. But if I had to pick a number, I would say bare minimum would be 15. But page authority, you know, that mixes with domain authority, so that's a little different. You know, when you're looking at the links, but yeah, looking for bare minimum, like overall domain authority of the site you're looking at, I would say 15. Although there's not really a minimum, it's all about the links. We should have that in our members area, Paul. If not, go to wordpress.org and do a search for it. You'll find it there. But you actually got to go to wordpress.org because it's not in the, like if you try to find it from a website, you know, you go to add plugin or search plugins from your WordPress, your inner WordPress thing, you're not going to find it in there. You have to go to wordpress.org and do a search for it on their actual website and then download it. But I thought we had that in our members area. But a few people have asked about that, so I'll see if, you know, we don't have it in there. From Wilson. Whatever you want, Wilson, doesn't matter. Whatever makes sense to be there. You know, if your money sites, it's, you obviously want good content because that you need to convert. So you just want whatever content makes sense. You know, for some sites it may be an opt-in, you know, kind of like a squeeze page where it's just a little bit of content and, you know, an opt-in form. For some sites it might be a whole bunch of content. You know, maybe it's like the investing niche, and a lot of people who are going to make investments, they want to read about what you're about, and they want to know, you know what you're talking about, so that would probably entail a lot more content. So it depends on what you're trying to do, or, you know, what niche it's in and all that stuff. But just have something appear that makes sense to appear. All right. From Cheryl. Yeah. Just you can just go by privacy, Cheryl, and it will block that. From Ken. I just get in the channel URL, Ken. So just, I think my channel, one of my channels, excuse me. Whoops. Is Me Love Money? Is that my channel? Yeah, so that will send them to my YouTube channel. Alright, just youtube.com/username will send them to my channel. And then if you want to send them to a specific video, these are stuff I comment on. Where's one of my videos? Alright, here's one of my videos. You would send them to this URL. Alright, so I'll just send them right here. And then if I wanted to go to my channel, again, you just chat youtube.com/channel name, which would be Love Money. From Tom. I never even check Tom really anymore because if it has good links, it's most likely going to be indexed. So I don't really even check that. And also, when I do my filters for Register Compass, I make sure I put at least one page is showing in Google. So that means it is indexed anyways. Alright, so the combination of that, if a page is indexed, the site's indexed, and then of course if it has good links, that's just another good sign. So, but I can actually show. I think I go over this in my videos. You go do your search. Just put above 0 right here. It says Google index greater than 0. That means at least one page is indexed. And that will only bring back sites that are indexed. But yeah, Tom, another way you can do it is, like you said, you can just do site and then sitename.com, and if that site's indexed, it will show up. Alright, so the sitename.com is an actual site because it's showing stuff. If we did something like, a bunch of random crap, if there's nothing like this, did not match any documents, then it's not indexed. Alright, like omgmachines.com is indexed, so this will show up. Alright, so that's the difference. For Philip. Cool, so Philip says that this has been talked about in the beginner group, Tom, or Michael. So if you want to message Michael on Facebook and ask to be put in the beginners group, looks like they've covered it in there. Or you can bring it up in the regular Facebook group. I'm sure people know in there. But yeah, I mean, I remember doing it a lot, so I know it can be done. From Paul. Nah, not necessarily, Paul. I mean, I just look for similar keywords. You know what I mean? Like, for beginners especially, you want to start with longer tail stuff, okay? So if you're a beginner, you don't want to try to rank for stuff like weight loss, okay? You want to target more specific stuff, like maybe weight loss for women over 40. Alright, because this is going to be a lot easier to rank for, and it's targeted. You know exactly who's going to be coming to your site. It's going to be women who are over 40, and again, you know what they're looking to do. Okay, so you can give them what they want. Then from there, I would just search for stuff that was similar. So maybe losing weight for women over 40, how to lose weight over 40, stuff like that. And you can also go to Google. Of course, you can use the keyword planner, but you can also type your term in, your main term. I could copy this, put it in, and then see what the suggestions are down bottom. What similar searches are people making? Okay, weight loss pills for women over 40. Weight loss supplements for women over 40. Weight loss for women over 40 diet plan. Amber and weight loss for women over 40. Hormonal weight loss for women over 40. So all this stuff you can get really good ideas from. Stuff like that. Alright, so that's kind of how I do my keyword research. I look down here, then you can type this stuff in and see what suggestions it gives you. And of course you can use the Google Keyword Planner to get any more ideas. From Ken. I mean, an authority site is a money site, Ken. It's usually an authority site is just like a huge, powerful site. A money site, of course, is a place you make money. Facebook and YouTube, they can actually be money sites, or money pages, I should say, would be the correct term. But most of the time, we kind of just use them as supplements. Well, no, I shouldn't say that, actually. Like, because let's go to Google and type in Nashville SEO. Oh, and by the way, I gotta leave by 9:45, so we can go until then if questions keep coming in. So if we type in Nashville SEO, we got our website here, okay? And we own this website. Then we got a YouTube video here, alright? So this is serving to help rank Nashville SEO a little bit, but it's also It's like a property. You know, it's one of our properties that we're ranking. If someone clicks on it, we have our information here. You can call Mike at this number. So it's helping generate leads, but at the same time, it's a property that we're also linking in Nashville SEO from. All right, same thing with the Facebook. The Facebook is the third listing, and there's Weebly, there's our Foursquare, there's our Yelp. These are all acting as properties that are helping us, kind of build our brand, generate more phone calls, and stuff like that. So, I mean, the major difference here is this is a page off Facebook, whereas NashvilleSEO.org is our website. And here's our phone number again. Okay, so we use stuff like Facebook and YouTube to kind of help fill up that first page, and also we link to our website from it, which is helping us, build that presence. Edgar. There should be a way to get rid of the drop down, Edgar. I'm not great with design stuff, but there should be a way to get rid of that. And that's probably a good question for the Facebook group. For Wilson. The most important thing, Wilson, would be anchor text ratios, and then where their links are coming from, like what types of links they got. Those are the two most important things. From Cheryl. Yeah, I would have to see exactly how that works, Cheryl. I would most likely make my own site. Sounds like they're making the site for you. I would most likely make my own site, but I don't know exactly what they're doing, so it's hard to answer. Alright, from Key. Yeah, I mean, just any one of those would be fine. Just, it depends on niche and competition. But yeah, no problem with that. From Ken. Yeah, so I just kind of covered that, Ken. We kind of just went over that, but let me know if you have further questions about that. Connie. Good morning, Connie. I wouldn't link out from your money site, Connie, because you don't really want to tie money sites together most of the time. I mean, you can, but I would be careful doing that. Now, if you have like one money site you want to do it from, but then you might be using your other PBNs to link to the other money site, which can kind of create like a big circle of linking, which they don't like. So just be careful linking from your money site. From Edgar. I mean, I wouldn't worry about that too much, Edgar. That's more like a stickler, kind of, so to speak, where you're just being extra careful. So I wouldn't worry about that too much. If you have a ton of sites like me, it's more something more to worry about. But 7 sites, I wouldn't worry about that. Wilson. I do have Moniker. They're a pain in the butt sometimes. Yeah, I don't know, Wilson. Some of the places that Snap pushes to is really hard to navigate. Some of those domain registrars, like some of those I just use to set up the normal name servers. Like whatever name server I have with the hosting. So if it's host 9, I'll just use ns1.speeddns.net, ns2, ns3. So I won't try to set up private name servers or A records because it's so confusing in the darn domain registrar on how to do all that stuff. That for those types of accounts, I'll just use the normal name servers, just to save myself time. For Tony, I don't know what a capture page is. Tony, but as long as it's set up to make money, sure. Paul? Nope, doesn't matter if it's a new domain. NashvilleSEO.org was a new domain when we started with that, Paul. Wilson? I've never spammed a Google Plus, I don't think, but I don't see why you couldn't. I mean, it is connected to Google. I mean, there shouldn't be a problem with it because it's it's an authority site, but I've never done it. I don't know. I'll have to ask Jimmy about that if he's ever done that. Because I don't know why we never linked to Google Plus, but I don't think we have. From Elizabeth. No, I think with I'm pretty sure day job killer refers to like launch jacking, which is where you unless I'm getting things confused myself, which is where you rank for product names. When a product is coming out, you rank for that product name ahead of time, and then you kind of steal the traffic that they from that launch that's coming up. But I mean, you also can use, of course, My City SEO to rank and show customers, and also have customers come to you. If someone types in Nashville SEO, they see us ranking for everything, so they give us a call. They're looking for SEO, and we show them ahead of time that we know what we're doing. We kind of give them that proof ahead of time, and then they call us, so we kind of have everything in place. Very rarely, Rob. That's kind of the beauty of this is once you have a site that you've worked on, you've set up the content, you get your PBNs going to it and it's ranking, you can just leave it. Like I literally haven't touched KLKS in probably a month, and it continues to make a lot of money. So that's the beauty of affiliate marketing, opposed to working with clients and stuff. Then of course, client stuff is a lot easier to rank for usually, which is the up to that. But affiliate stuff, if you get it working, if you can convert and all that stuff, and then start ranking, it can kind of be like an autopilot income. So. From Wilson. I mean, I would ask in the Facebook group maybe, Wilson, but I'll just kind of order articles from places like iWriter, stuff like that. I'll have to get the website ranked and then kind of bring on a partner or hire someone to do the conversion, because I'm not good with that. So usually I'll get like a decent article up from iWriter, something that's good content. I'll put it in there, and then once it's ranking, I'll then have like a conversion person come in. So you can probably find that on the Facebook group if you're not good at conversion like me or English. From Philip. Yeah, I just did a video on this, Philip. Look in your news section in the last week or two. There was news about a couple videos I just did, and I cover this exact thing in great detail. But yeah, you can cover multiple topics. From Pat. You can use that filter, Pat, but it's just going to give you more data to look through, and a lot of that data is going to be bad domains. So, I mean, it's up to you. But, I mean, you can find good domains in there. They're just a lot harder to find. They're actually expired. From Wilson. Russell Wright and Sue's plugin, Wilson. And they are in the Facebook group. From Ken. Yeah, Link Juice Keeper, if there's an old site and you get this site that has all this links going to it, all the old pages aren't going to be there anymore. So if I have sitename.com/page, any links going to that page will be redirected to the home page. It redirects non-existing links going to non-existing pages to the home page. From Michelle. A money site is just it's a site where you're trying to make money, Michelle. So it's kind of like your core. But I mean, YouTube, Facebook, and all that, they can kind of be considered money sites as well, or money pages, if they're helping you make money. You know what I mean? So, I mean, a money site's usually like your main thing that's making you your money, and you're linking to it from your YouTube or Facebook and all that. Whereas YouTube and Facebook are kind of more like money pages, kind of like additional properties. I don't buy links, Michelle. I buy the PBNs, and then the PBNs link to my money sites or my social accounts like YouTube, Facebook. From Pat. Yes, and it looks like Link Juice Keeper is in the members area. Thank you, Pat. From George. And George gave that as well. Thank you. Take a new screenshot here. From Philip. Oh, cool. Thanks, Philip. And Philip was just saying that it is in there. Yeah, I was pretty sure we had it in there. From Rich. That is correct, Rich. Yep. Absolutely. You already got started building your PBN. That's good. From Ted. Yeah, I keep a list of every post, Ted. I keep a spreadsheet where I'll do where I linked to, the date I linked, the anchor text I used, what PBN site I linked from, and then I'll have like a notes section for anything else. From Aurelio. Good morning. GardenCitySeeds.net. What I'll do is I'll go through this one, and then I'll go through your other one if we still got time at the end. What was that? SherbrookeWeb.com. And I'll go through this one if I get through all the questions. Alright, so we got... Let me get this up here. So we got high domain authority, high page authority, which is good. The linking root domains is about what I would want to see for this. Maybe a little high, but it's pretty close, so that's good. Oh, well, first, let me tell you, this is a redirect, okay? So, you can see down here, the URL redirected to a different site. So, these are actually not the links that we want to look at, because this is a totally different site. So, that's one thing you got to be careful of, and you can see that right here. And, of course, a different domain appears up here. So, you actually want to click on this link here, because we want to see what links are going to that site, alright? So this version only has one link, so we're not interested in that. So let's go to do the www version, and it will probably redirect again. So we want to be careful of that. Alright, so this one did not redirect. Alright. So this version is a domain authority 30, page authority 42, which is pretty good. The link and root domains match up pretty well, as in, like, this is about how many we'd want to see for domain authority 30, maybe a little bit high, which tells me the link quality may be a little low, but it could be alright. Could be some good links. I really like this link because, you know, it has high page authority, high domain authority, and also it has to do with what this, it seems to have to do with what this site's about. Garden City Seeds would be something like to do with, you know, like you know, Earth, Green, whatever. And this top link is from Mother Earth News with high page authority, high domain authority, so that's a great sign. And it has branded anchor text. Alright, so if we bring up this site, it's a PR3, high Alexa ranking, and then I want to see how many links are on this page. There's not a ton of links so far. It's kind of loading slow. Decent amount of links. But it's a good link because it's relevant, high Alexa ranking, PR3, which is pretty good. So that's a good link there. And the rest of these I'll kind of just run through. And actually what I'll do is, to make this easier, I'll go by group by domain. Alright, so we had that one. We got a blogspot link there. Come on. Alright, so a blogspot link, which can be decent. Oh, we got an edu link there. I really like that. And it has decent page authority and high domain authority. That's good. You know, another relevant link. That's not like a great domain authority. Page authority is pretty good. Here's another good one because it's, you know, has to do with the sun, which has to do with the earth. Branded anchor text, pretty good page authority, high domain authority. You know, so this is looking really good. This is the type of stuff I'm looking for. Relevant link. When I say relevant natural links, this is what I'm talking about. We got a site that seems to be about the Earth. Okay, then we got links from high domain authority Earth sites. You know, a site about seems to be about the sun, which has to do with the Earth. An edu link. Those are always good. So this looks like a good site. This is like a natural linking portfolio. We got some high domain authority, high page authority, others with high domain authority, medium page authority, which is all good. So, you know, that's a good looking site. Alright, from Ken. I'm not as good with that type of stuff, Ken, but I'm sure there is. I just can't think of any examples. Yeah, but I mean, you can pretty much promote anything on YouTube as long as it's allowed. From Pat. I don't even know anything about that, Pat. I haven't paid attention to that, so I'm not sure. From Ted. I don't know if I've covered that yet, Ted. I can talk to David about possibly doing that. From Wilson. When you check the root domain, Wilson, it will show all the links, even going to the inner pages. So, alright, so let me go get a new screenshot here. From Janet. Whenever you do site name, you do it without www, Janet. Don't include the www in there, because that messes things up from what I believe. Just do whatever, it doesn't matter what's showing, just do sitename.com. Don't do the www in there. Alright, Aurelio. No, I mean, no file links definitely aren't bad, Aurelio. It's just, I don't really count them, so to speak. I'm not saying they don't help, but I personally just don't count them kind of towards, like, the power of the site. But they're not bad, necessarily. From Ted. I mean, you don't have to include every version, Ted. Just kind of when I mention it, I'll mix it up between some of them, but I won't go to where it's like unnatural. You know what I mean? So for Michelle. No, you don't have to worry about getting them up quickly, Michelle. They're fine, just sitting there, and they're ready to use whenever. It's letting them sit there is no big deal. Wilson. I mean, you can do it whatever you want with them, Wilson. Um, the main thing is just getting up something, and then they're probably going to help you rank your money site a little bit, like you're talking about. But you can also rank them by linking to them. So just depends what you're trying to do with them. From Janet. I don't use press releases much. I don't, but you definitely can, Janet. Definitely, 'cause press releases still rank well. So, and you can actually kind of use them like a Web 2.0 property, Janet. So that's a good point. From Michael. Most of the time I don't, Michael. It just depends on the situation. Sometimes I will, sometimes I won't. From Michael again. What's the easiest way? I wouldn't worry too much about social shares, Michael, but a lot of people in our group, they'll post like on the Facebook group, like, can you please like my page? That's a pretty easy way to do it. And then just, I would, if I needed like a bunch more, I would probably hire someone. Just say, go get a bunch of natural shares and stuff like that. But I wouldn't worry too much about the social stuff. I'm not saying it doesn't help, it's just links are a lot more important. Alright, from George. I don't understand your question, George. To use this best. I mean, your PBN is what links to your money site, George, so I don't know if you're getting that confused. But you can re-ask that in a different way. I don't know if you're getting your terminology mixed up or if I'm not understanding it. DNS stands for Domain Name Server. Elaine, don't worry about that. It's just kind of technical talk. Aurelio, I cover this in a new video I did in the last week or two. It's in your members area under the news section, so you can check that out. I go in very great depth on that topic. Yeah, absolutely, Pat. That's you're pushing more juice. I mean, you're making it stronger. So absolutely, Rich. It's in the supremacy setup, Rich. With the supremacy section, setting up your PBN from Key. Yeah, sometimes these social sites, especially lately, it seems like the links sometimes kick in a month or two later. So just give it some time, and it'll probably jump up later on. A perfect example of an authority site would be Facebook. A huge site. YouTube. Even Calcast.com is an authority site in a way because it's well known in that niche. Calcast.com, a lot of people who look for electronic cigarettes will see something about Calcast.com. An authority site is kind of just like a big site. Alright, that's kind of the best way to describe it. Monica. You don't need the NEMD, Monica, which means your exact keyword. You can do you can do a branded domain name if you want. You can do Monica needbolsky.com and go after SEO terms. It doesn't matter. Having that SEO term in the domain just could make it a little easier. Makes things a little more vulnerable with over optimization, but it can make things easier. But you don't have to take that route. You can also do a partial EMD, like mycityseoservices.com. You can add another word in there, or mycityseofirm.com, something like that. From George. Me personally, I like .com and .org the best, and then .net, but all three of these are fine. I wouldn't go outside those three, though. From Wilson. I don't really use the spammy ones, Wilson, so I can't say because I don't have testing data for that, so I'm not totally sure about that. I would be careful with it. From Janet. Yeah, you can absolutely do that, Janet. I mean, if you're talking about like ranking like an Amazon page, Amazon is a powerful site, so they're already passing on domain authority from Amazon.com to your Amazon page. So I mean, it's just like a YouTube video or a Facebook page where it's going to rank easier. All right, so you can definitely use them to direct to your Amazon page and help rank that Amazon page. Wilson. Yeah, and I talk all about that a lot, Wilson. If it's already penalized, it depends how many links it has. Like if you just use PBN links, you can go back and change the anchor text. Now, if you fired a whole bunch of links from something like like a spam tool, then you probably just want to move on. So it depends on the situation and how many links the site has. Alright, from Michelle. No, wouldn't use YouTube and Facebook to promote the PBN. We're not trying to promote the PBN sites, Michelle. We're using the PBN sites to help rank everything else, anything that helps us. So it's actually the other way around, where I would use the PBNs to rank Facebook or YouTube, if anything. The PBN is kind of just like the what's passing on the juice to what we want to rank. All right. From Wilson. I mean, too many referring domains. What I was talking about was when I was analyzing that site. If there's too many referring domains, like if we go back to here, let's pretend this was like 200 referring domains for 30 and 42. I've looked at some, you kind of get a picture of this with the more sites you look at, but I know that 200 would be too many for these numbers, because with 200 referring domains, the domain authority, page authority should be more up towards like the 50s range, all right? So if you had 200 for something that's 30, that tells me we have a lot of those 200 links or 200 domains would be low domain authority, and that's not what we're looking for. We want some higher domain authority in there. So that's what I was talking about there, where it correlates with what these numbers are with how many referring domains you have, how many root domains. And you kind of get a picture for that as you look at more domains, but that's what I was talking about, where this number kind of should match these numbers, and you get a picture for what should match what. Like a 30 should be in this range, maybe a little lower. I would like to see a little lower, but that's fine, so we do have some good stuff in here. But I'm guessing a lot of these other links are low domain authority down here. And they are. We start getting 27, 12, 16, 7, which are really low. But that's okay because we have some high ones up here. Alright? But if it was like 200, then most of these would all be lower, like 23, 16, 12. Alright? And that's not what we want. We don't want a whole bunch of links from a whole bunch of low authority sites. Rich. I mean, that's okay if you can get different IPs rich. I mean, how many? There's no number. And I switch it up. You know, like for my PBNs, I'll switch up the hosting because I have so many. So it depends like how many sites you have and all that stuff. This toolbar, I think it's the Alexa toolbar, maybe. I'm not totally sure. This is an old computer, so I'm not positive. From Paul. I don't care if it's a redirect, Paul, as long as the site I'm looking at has links to it. Okay, so I don't care about the redirect. You know, if we went back, let's see, like here, all right, this is a redirect. I don't care that it's redirecting. I just want to make sure I'm not looking at the site it's redirecting to. Okay, so I don't care about this site. I want to see what's going here, or to the www version, because it's the same thing. If there's good links going here, I don't care if there's a redirect or not. It's all about what links are going to this site, not this one up here. So you just want to make sure you look at the links it is being redirected to. That the links to the site that you're looking at, not the site it's being redirected to. From George. Okay, thanks, George. From Aurelio. Well, I didn't look at the full site, Aurelio. Let me go forward. I didn't look all the way through here. I would need to analyze the links more. But from what I saw, like a quick estimate, maybe like 150. But again, I would need to look at the other links. But I would say the 150 range, something like that. From Wilson. Yeah, let me get through these questions, Wilson, and I'll come back to that if we got time. Elizabeth. Nope, no clash, Elizabeth. A lot of people have that question. Doesn't have to be relevant. You don't got to worry about that. Not still using UAW, Rob, now. Not at all. From Wilson. Yep, that's exactly right, Wilson. Yes, you do. And again, I do cover anchor text in really good detail in the sink or swim method. Exactly how I do that. Alright, I'll get this last screenshot here, and then I'll get to those two domains if we have time, because I gotta leave in about 10 minutes. Because we are at the hour mark, and I gotta be somewhere by 10. So let's see. Yeah, WebMD is an authority site, absolutely. Wikipedia is one of the best examples of an authority site. From Wilson. In a way, Wilson, yeah. I mean, you can look at it that way. But you want to be careful about, and I cover this in that new video, like I mentioned a few times, it'll be in your news section. But I cover how you can link to, money sites from the same PBN, how you can set that up. But yeah, in a way, that's correct, Wilson. You just got to be careful with it. From Pat. A new site is a PBN. If it doesn't have links going to it, Pat, you're probably not going to get much juice out of it, or you won't get much juice out of it, I should say. From Michael. It can be recovered, Michael, but most of the time I just have them start a new site. The recovery process can be uh, pretty in depth. Jimmy Kelly, who's affiliated with us, does this stuff a lot. The Penguin recovery. He covered it at OMG Live, and people did take that information and recover client sites from it. But it is a process, and you gotta know what you're doing. So, me personally, I just tell them to start a new site. But I mean, if it's not an option, like you're saying, Michael, you can learn Penguin recovery. You can talk to Jimmy and see if he can, help you out there. But I mean, I think it's always an option because even if they got brandname.com, you can do something else like brandname.net, brandname.org, something like that. You can always do something else. From Pete. Yeah, 20 to 30 days fine, Pete. You can do quicker. You can link to social sites with pretty much anything with any speed, so don't worry too much about that. From Tim. Exactly right, Tim. Yeah, that's the best way to go. Before you start a project, if you don't know what you're doing, I would ask about it and then start it. Definitely. Alright, so let me try to look at these domains in the next 5-10 minutes, and then we'll get rolling. I already did one for you, so I'll do this one, and then I'll go back to this one if we got time. One thing is I like the name of it already, because I can tell it's like some type of organization, most likely. Now this is another redirect, so we want to be careful. We don't want to look at this version. We don't want to look at this because it's a totally different site. So we just want to click on this here, make sure it brings up the right site. So there's nothing to this version, so let's try the www version. And it redirects again. Okay, so we want to make sure again we click this one because we want to look at this site. We don't want to look at a different site. Alright, so this one, 2837, which is a little low, but that's fine. Nothing wrong with that, because the 18 linking root domains, this matches up pretty well to this. This tells me if the domain authority and page authority is that high with just 18 referring domains, most likely this has pretty good links. Okay, and again, that's something you pick up. The more sites you look at, you can kind of correlate that with this number opposed to these two numbers. All right, but I can just look at this and say, okay, these links have a good chance of being good links. So we got 2 Wikipedia links, but they're no follow. Okay, I don't really like that link, so I don't blogger.ba. That's kind of like a social link. It's not bad, but I'm not like really excited about it. So we have a whole bunch of foreign anchor text, which can be hard to analyze. Domain authority, page authority isn't that great for this one. This is Blogspot, so that's not really that great. This is a regular site, but that's pretty low. That's from WordPress. So that can be a decent link there. Let's actually go see this. But so far, I'm not as excited as I was at first. Foreign links. There's nothing wrong with foreign links. They're just hard to analyze. But for me, so far, this isn't a site like I'm excited about. There's no really high domain authority, high page authority like we saw with the other one, and it's foreign links on top of that. Some foreign links at least. Yes, I'm not super excited about this domain. Now, of course, I'll go in and analyze links individually and look at the page rank of those links and all that stuff, but I'm not too excited about this site because there's not really any high page authority, high domain authority that are do follow that are not social sites like Blogspot. So, if I probably wouldn't use this as a money site, I would find something better. If anything, I would use this as a PBN. I think that was your question. So let's go look at this, and then we'll get rolling here. I'll look at this one pretty quick. And just tell me, does going through these sites, like these examples, does this help you guys? And I'll check the question box when I'm done. Just let me know if it's helpful, like going through sites like this. Alright, so let's put in Sherbrooke Web. Alright, so yeah, it looks like helpful to everyone. That's good. Alright, so this version that's very low domain authority. So far I don't like it, but let's go check the www version. A lot of Facebook shares, that's good. But it looks like they're not natural because there's no tweets and no +1s, but then there's 1,100 Facebook shares, so they're probably unnatural. Alright, so what I see right here, we got low domain authority, low page authority. So I'm probably not going to be interested with it this low, especially for me. I definitely wouldn't be interested, me personally. But if you're someone else who's on a really low budget, it could work from these numbers because you only got 5 root domains. They could be 5 pretty good links, even though these are low. But that's pretty low. 10's pretty low. But let's go see what they are. Yeah, that doesn't excite me too much. These two could be decent. These two are so low, and this is a no file list. That's out. That's out anyways. But this one is very, very low page authority domain. I don't even look at these. But these two we can look at. But 2 good links, I doubt these are going to be good enough to make this site worth it. And right away here, no page rank. Alexa ranking's good. That's one good thing, but right away I see so many links on this page. And it's like all links, so really it throws this link out the window of being like a good link. It's a page with all links on it, no page rank to it. And that's not everything, but that does factor in. The only positive it's high Alexa, but that's there's not really any other links for this site except this one. And this is foreign. Alexa ranking's not that good. It's a page rank 3. Not a ton of links on the page. So, I mean, this has one decent link. And it's only decent. It's not that great. So, I mean, a site like this, for some people, it can be worth, like, paying $12 for. Maybe. But this is a pretty weak site. Alright, so I wouldn't... me personally, I would definitely never touch this site because I go after more powerful sites. But even for your complete beginner, I would say this is a borderline site. Like, you can find sites better than this. It has one good link, one decent link, I should say, and that's this one here. All this other stuff is kind of crap. So, all right, guys, I got to get rolling. I got to be somewhere by 10. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed this session. I'm gonna stop the recording now and get it in the bag, and I'll have David put it up. Let me answer these questions. Alright, yeah, it looks like that helped everyone. Everyone likes going through them, so cool. Alright, guys, next session is Monday night, Monday at 9:30 p.m. So it's actually like 13 hours later than what we did today. We're trying to switch it up a lot. Alright, everyone, I will see you on the next session. I'll get this recording up and get it over to David today. Talk to you all soon. Alright, so recording started. Today is the 7th of April. Don, there is a video from David, an orientation video that kind of tells you like the different steps to make and all that stuff. From Jeff. No, you definitely don't need a certain amount of posts per site, Jeff. I mean, I usually only do posts when I'm linking out. Some people would do content like just to have content without links in it. I'd find no need to do that. And just I only do content when I need the links from it. That's it. From Gary. Yeah, I mean, I would say it matters how many it has, but that's not like the end-all be-all. There's keywords that show no searches that can make a lot of money, But at the same time, if a search is showing a good amount of searches or a keyword, then that can be good news. So, I mean, it's not everything, but I would say it does matter. Is it necessary? I mean, if you're trying to sell the product, it's probably a good idea to review it. Yeah, and yeah, you can do that, Gary. But I would ask Fletch more about that. He's more conversion, more SEO, so he'd help you a lot better there. But yeah, I mean, I've done that where I recommend 2 or 3 products. Gary and I have actually my e-cigarette stuff. My example sites. I give like my top 3 e-cigarettes. And of course, my top recommendation sells the most. My second recommendation sells the second most, and my third sells the least. So, all right, bunch of highs. Let's go back to questions. Alright, from George. No, you don't need to do authorship on PBNs, George. Nope. Thank you, Heidi. For Brian. I do not avoid fake domains. They actually kind of attract me sometimes, Brian, because people, a lot of people will ignore them because they think they're fake. I don't care what it says about the domain if the links going to it are strong. I don't care if it says it's fake, maybe fake, high PR, low PR. As long as the links are strong, that's all I care about. From Aurelio. I mean, mix I like common sense with who's ranking, with like how many searches it gets and stuff like that. For example, car insurance. That term obviously is going to be very tough to rank for, right? But something like how to lose weight in 20 days, that's something that could be a lot easier. Let's go in how to lose weight in 20 days. All right, so there's. Like, I would probably go in and check. There's probably no links going on. These are probably just ranking off authority, which I wouldn't worry too much about them. Like, I would check sites like this that aren't like huge sites and see if they have any links going to them. You can check with a service like Ahrefs. So I would kind of ignore the top ones because they're ranking off authority. We can beat them, and that's a long tail term, so we can like optimize for it really well. And that's the other thing, guys. When you see like these big sites like Yahoo, WikiHow, Wikipedia, the longer the term is, the harder or the easier it is to beat them for it. Okay, because you can optimize a lot better for that than they can, because they're not really necessarily trying to rank for that; they're just kind of rank for it naturally. Whereas if it's something like weight loss, that's going to be very, very hard to beat someone like Yahoo or Wikipedia for, because they're naturally probably getting a lot of links for. A lot of people link to them because it looks natural and that type of stuff. So the longer the keyword is, for the most part, the easier it is to outrank the authority sites. So what I usually do in a case like this, when there's a lot of authority sites on the first page, I'll just go and I'll pick a site that I've never heard of, and I'll throw it and see it in Ahrefs, see if it has any links. So it does have some links to it. In this case, I would probably throw it. I would either just look in here or throw it in Open Site Explorer and see what types of links they are. See, now these guys optimize for it. Let me go look at their anchor text. So I don't see any specific anchor text for how to lose weight in 20 days. So that's a good sign, but they do have links. So for as long as this keyword is, it's probably, it's not going to be easy to rank for, but I wouldn't say it's going to be hard. So just, you got to weigh how much can this keyword make me? Is it worth, you know, medium to low competition. Medium, probably medium competition. Alright, let's see. Ken. Yes, more variations better. I still like doing that, Ken. Usually I do, Brian. Usually I do buy privacy protection for my money sites. Usually. From Alfred. Yes, still valid. Yep, still valid, Alfred. If I'm breaking up, let me know, guys. Sometimes go to webinar just cuts out for a little bit. From Jack. I don't worry about that, Jack. You know what I mean? Whatever comes, you know, I can't do anything to change it, so I mean, I don't see it being a problem for us. From Bob. Never had that, Bob, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Might just be like a quick glitch for you. Alright, from Tom. I mean, you can set up a different way, Tom, where you do by lead or, you know, by phone call or whatever you want. Or you can just have something set up with the client. They don't have to know really about the Google keyword tool. From Pete. A bunch of stats. I don't know what those stats are for, Pete. Alright, so I didn't get all Brian's question. That's a long question there, Brian. I'm not following it totally. I mean, the way I show in KLKS, you know, with the pages I want to rank for, the keywords I want to rank for, that's how it works. When you want a page to rank for a certain group of keywords, you start firing with that group of keywords and small variations. I mean, as far as ranking the home page, I mean, it's the same thing. Whatever you want to rank the home page for, you send links with that anchor text to the home page. I get what you're saying. I have had happen where another page will rank for something that I'm not trying to rank for, but it's kind of rare for me. And they're probably just too similar. You know what I mean? But I haven't really had that problem too much. From Heidi. Yeah, I mean, I would probably get that fixed eventually, Heidi, because you know, especially when you start building a PBN, you know, they're gonna all be going to the same sites or on the same IP, you know, different sites on the same IP, so I can start creating a footprint. You know, so I would end up changing that if you can. And that's just my preference to be safe because I've had that hurt me. Yeah, I mean, I use Alexa to just determine quality of links sometimes. You know, the higher the Alexa ranking for a link, the better it is. From M Shah. I'm not sure what his demo is. You listed your question separately, Pete. I don't follow. I guess that's Majestic SEO stats you gave me, so I don't know exactly. You know, the stats on that. So I'm used to OpenSite Explorer for that type of thing. I can't show a PBN site, just so I don't. I'd rather not show them when possible. I recommend you do the same thing. Don't try not to let anyone see your PBNs. Just, it's just a safe way to go. Alright, from Brian. I usually find partners. I do the SEO and I let other people do everything else. Design, content, conversion. I focus on SEO. That's what I like doing, so that's what I focus on. I just kind of bring in a partner to do the rest. Alfred. Either one's fine. You can do regular or fan page. From Janet. Yeah, I mean, I've done that, Janet. You're getting you're getting the age, which does help. It gives you some more trust. The site's been around longer. It's not brand new, so yeah. I mean, it's definitely an advantage to that, and I've done it. From Tom. Yeah, I mean, you can do age domain or a new domain. I like age domains usually more, depending on the situation. But yeah, definitely. By fake domain, I think he meant like fake page rank, like it's showing fake page rank. From Hin. Wait, Hin. I recently made a post in the Facebook group talking about that. From Brian. And it depends how long it's been also, Hin. I do not know. I just kind of do that manually. Probably should. You can use Uptime Robot, which is free. That's uptimerobot.com. And it will notify you when your sites are down. It will email you. It's free, totally free to use. They let you do 50 sites for free. They check them every 5 minutes. You can do more than 50. You can just create another account. So I've done that. Alright, from Elizabeth. Nah, I mean, like I said, there's not really a minimum because some show no searches and they can still make a good amount of money. It's just an estimate thing they give you. So, if there's 100,000 people in a town and, town plumber is showing no searches, that's obviously not right. You know what I mean? So you gotta kind of mix like the amount of people in the town with the search term and kind of think, is it really possible that no one will be searching for this? So, from Jeff. So I think you're asking like if someone from New York types in pest control without the NY and it will your site show up? I'm not sure, Jeff. I don't know exactly how that works, to be honest. I usually just go after like the specific keyword, and I'm sure if that is possible, you sending strong links is only making that more of a chance of when they type in pest control of your site showing up when if they're doing it from a New York location. So I mean, but I don't know for sure. From Pete. I think you continue your question on here from Jeff. I find it easier to buy them, or just buy them. Or I just have Jimmy do them. I have that luxury, luckily. There's people probably in the Facebook group that offer that kind of service. You know, you can pay them to do it, or you can get Fiverr. You know, it depends on the competition. So. As long as you don't keep repeating the keywords like on the inner pages and stuff, Pete, you should be fine using them in description. From Vadim. I personally don't link to my PBNs, Vadim. I think that's what you're asking. But I mean, that's just me. I don't take the time to do that because I can just go get a new site. From Steve. The only problem I've had, Steve, is actually, let me get a new one. Is if I have like my domain.com/URL, you got to play with having a slash on the end or not in your in the code in the widget thing. So if you have these on, take them off. If you don't have them on, put them on and see if that works. A couple people have had problems with it showing up in the sidebar, and it might be like a theme thing. I've never had that problem, so. From Brian. I mean, I'd usually just keep sending links with small alterations. If you haven't hit the exact match anchor, definitely hit that with the strongest link you have. Remember, these links are taking a little longer to kick in, it seems now. So, de-index, Gary, means that it's no longer in Google. Okay, so Google's no longer showing the site. From Jack. Yep, Jack, that video is actually done. We were just waiting for something from my Network Empire side to where they can like get something set up for you guys for it. So, but I shot the video; it's done. It should be ready soon. We're just waiting for some confirmation on some stuff. From Vadim. You just want to make sure the post stays on the home page, Vadim. And we talk about that in the content a lot. It varies, Ted. Some videos it's weird, like they'll start moving up like a couple months later. I don't know what that's about, but that's been happening more lately where I'll hit a video with a bunch of links and it won't budge until like a month or two later. And sometimes they move right away. So I mean, yeah, you can overdo anything, I would say. But video is definitely harder to overdo. From Brian. Very cool, Brian. Right from Pete. I mean, all that doesn't, it's not everything, Pete. You'll have to see the actual backlinks for it and stuff. I'm sure you can. I'm sure it would help rankings, but to know for sure, I would probably have to see the links to it. From Ken. Yeah, just what I do is I just go to Google. I type in keyword planner, and I click right here. And it'll just ask you to log in. I don't know why my internet's going so slow. Alright, so then you just sign into AdWords with a Google account, and it'll take you right to the Google Keyword Planner. I mean, that's how I get in. From Vadim. Yeah, I'd be careful with that, Vadim. Because you have watch repair, watch repair, watch repair, 3 times. So you're not going to be able to get away with as much of watch repair in your anchor text. So just be very careful with that. I would have probably just done, since it's all about watch repair, probably would have done watch repair littletonco.com/city name. Littleton CO or whatever. Yeah, then you also have Littleton CO in here again. So yeah, I would be very, very careful with that. Yeah, and M says there a live PBN example in my videos. It's probably like just an example site. But I'd probably set it up how I would a normal PBN. From Brian. Yeah, that's one of the good things about that, Brian, is you can get away with a lot more. Now, with that said, I wouldn't keep hitting it with the same exact anchor text over and over, because Google is a machine; they can probably pick up patterns. So if you go from all this different anchor text to all of a sudden you have, electronic cigarette, electronic cigarette, electronic cigarette, like over the same anchor text over and over and over again, then that might pick up a flag. So I would at least change it, like electronic cigarette, e-cigarette, e-cig, maybe hit electronic cigarette again, electric cigarette. Just change it up a little bit. You can hit your keyword more aggressively, but I would change it up still, just so you don't keep doing the same keyword over and over every link you do. From Farhan. It just depends on the niche and the competition and the strength of the PBNs. Too much stuff that it depends on to answer that. From Vadim. No. When I'm penalized, I usually just start over. Honestly, I mean it's a mess when you get penalized for over optimization. Usually. Just with spreadsheets done. I show how I do my PBNs in the training. I mean, for all my sites, I kind of just folder, spreadsheets, stuff like that. Everyone has their own way of doing that. I would say. Just gotta find what works for you. And I probably could be more organized with that. Not necessarily, Mandy. I do have some money sites. Actually, KLKS is on a server with a bunch of my PBNs. So, I mean, you don't have to, but if you want to be extra careful, then you can put them on different servers. I mean, I usually do try to, but I definitely have money sites that aren't. So it probably won't hurt you, but if you want to be extra careful. From Janet. I don't know, Janet. I haven't messed much with our redirects, so I couldn't tell you on that. Not totally sure. From Tom James. I mean, you don't need to dedicate PBNs to just one site. Um, you're saying like group your PBNs. Yeah, I mean I do that sometimes to kind of keep my PBNs separate. Maybe if one gets taken out, the other will still be there because it's not linking. They're not linking to cross-linking sites. But with that said, I've had a network for a long time. I haven't had a problem yet. So again, that's just kind of like an extra safety precaution. From Farhan. Increase traffic. I mean, Google won't increase any traffic from that necessarily. You might get more traffic from that page ranking better, but I mean that's not going to send any more traffic to it. It's just going to help it rank better, which could get it more traffic. I do have SEO hosting on a bunch of my sites, but only because I've used them. Because I just don't feel like changing it. They're not horrible. They're not as good as they used to be. So, from Heidi. Cool. From Farhan. I mean, the only thing you can really do is try to push up other pages to push out the bad review, which they call reputation management. So there's not much else you can do. I don't believe. From Pete. I mean, it depends on what your domain name is. How much anchor text you have with it, titles, all that stuff. I'm sure. From Wayne. I use Ahrefs to look at stuff like anchor text ratio, then they have like charts and stuff I like looking at. So this is more for like determining how hard something is to rank, determining how many links the site has, and then for analyzing expired domains, I use OpenSite Explorer. Which is this tool here. So those are the two that I use. The hell did my thing go? There it is. Alright, from Elizabeth. Definitely still links, Elizabeth. I don't think I've bought YouTube views and Facebook likes on Fiverr. I use more like known services for that, but yeah, buying links is still fine. From Pete. Yeah, again, that depends on domain name and all that stuff. From Janet. It depends. I mean, I guess personal preference. I would definitely rank for SEO. City SEO. And city, probably both. But I don't think that's super important if it's in your business name or not. That's just my opinion, but I don't know. From Wahing. They can be, but it's more rare. From Jeremy. Jeremy, I talked about this in the new video I did about a week ago. Check that out. It's in the members area. And I went into pretty good detail for that. From Pete. I mean, I spend hours a day, Pete. You just get better at finding them as you go on. You can pay a broker if you want. Some people do that, but I like doing it myself and looking for sites myself. So. From Ken. Yeah, I mean, where I was, Ken, I just, again, I'll click on sign into AdWords. I'll put in my email and password, sign in, and I get to the keyword tool. If it doesn't take you there when you sign in, go back to Google and type it again as you're signed in. If I've signed in now and I hit this again, then it should take me right to the tool. Alright. I don't even use keyword like ranking trackers, Jeff. I use Microsite Masters. That's just me. I don't really know about any of the other ones. From Pete. Yeah, it's like $4.95 a year to bid on auction, something like that. From Janet. Oops. I wouldn't say either's best, Janet. Sometimes I use EMDs and they just rank like crazy and they can't be beaten. But then sometimes they're a pain because, if you mess up a little optimization, it's like they never move up. So it's like a double-edged sword where you can really win with them or they can cause you a headache. So it just depends what you want to do. From Wahine. Not necessarily a certain writer. Again, I let partners take care of that. I don't worry about like my content and stuff because I don't really want to focus on that. From Evan. If you're already ranking, well, you could do either way, but since the homepage kind of talks about, it's kind of like more about SEO, you might want to put a page on web design. And we actually did that with NashvilleSEO.org. We did NashvilleSEO.org/web design. So I would probably do like, IndustrySEO.com/web design. Or web design services is fine. So yeah, I would probably create a page just because SEO and web design are pretty different. And if people are going to the home page looking for web design, they see SEO stuff, it might not convert. So, I mean, that's the only reason I wouldn't do it. And then you can also optimize the title for that page to be about web design. So yeah, I would probably go with the page on web design in that case. As many as you want, Pat. I do a ton sometimes. From Elizabeth. There's sites like TubeViews, and places like that. And you can also post in the Facebook group and ask, where people are getting theirs from. Because there's some people in there that have a lot more experience than me with likes and buy. Because I usually just do links, and that's usually enough for me. So I haven't really even done views in a while. But I know they still work, because I know people who use them still beforehand. I usually start with one and just see how it reacts and move up from there. From Jack. Again, I'll post in the Facebook group about that. But I've used TubeViews, something like that. There's another one I've used. I forget the name of it. But yeah, post in the Facebook group, and anyone that's using that will probably chime in. So I haven't used a service in a little while for that. From Pat. Nice, Pat. From Vadim. I'm not there's directions on that online, Vadim. Again, I would keep it more SEO for this. I'm not going with that technical stuff. From Steve. Because you can link from the Facebook page to your money site, Steve. It just helps you kind of look more like a real person. You have Facebook, you're connected. You're kind of like breadcrumbs, like I talk about in the videos. For Qzx from Elizabeth. Anything from the Qzx service guy that I've talked about. And his name is, in case you haven't heard me talk about him, just go do a search for Qzx service. And I'll usually start with some type of social. And then you can do like, blog comments, link pyramids, high PR. From Tom. No, you can just edit the links, Tom. I would use more I wouldn't use general. I never really use general anchor text. It's always kind of keyword related. From Ken. On this computer I'm not logged in, and I forget my darn email password, Ken. So I can't get in because I always change it now. I forget it. But it should be. It's the one that says like get searches or something like that. There should be like 4 things over here. You see. I think it's like the second one down. It says like get search volume for like group of keywords or something like that. But yeah, sorry, I'm locked out of my account on this computer. It's saved on my other one. Let's see. Alright, we are out of questions, so I'm going to let, if anyone has any more questions, I'm going to give it a couple minutes to roll in. I mean, Black Hat SEO. You have a chance at short term, quick rankings. Usually, most Black Hat SEO. From Josh. I don't know. I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do. I would say they're both about the same. Maybe the 4-letter beats it a little bit because it's shorter and it's aged. But, I mean, not too much difference, I would say. I'm not using the sniper program, Jeff. I just do it manually. That's just me personal. I just have my own way, of course, of doing things. I've always stuck with it. You don't have to, Tony, because you can implement them on existing blog network sites if you want. The easiest thing to do if you want to wait for that would be you can still build the sites, but don't put any content on them yet for what you want to use it for, because it can be a little more confusing if you already have content on there. Oh, no problem, Ken. Hopefully you figure that out. I'll try to find my login. If you don't, I'll get it next time for you. Alright, Elizabeth. Yeah, it's just in the supremacy section, Elizabeth. Yeah, actually, I have college basketball on in the background. I think it's halftime. So, from Ken. I don't have an example, Ken. I would ask Fletch for that because he has a ton of them, from what I believe, and he's very good at that. From Cheryl. I don't know, Cheryl. I don't really try not to worry about what I can't control when it does come. We'll see how it plays out. You know what I mean? I try not to worry about what I can't control. Heidi. Yeah, David's really good at kind of organizing things and letting people know how to approach things and where to go. And he recently made a video, kind of like an orientation video, Heidi. It's like 45 minutes long. He explains everything. I would watch that video if you haven't, because it's been helping some people. Not many, Steve. For PBNs, Link Juice Keeper, what else do we use? Spider Spanker. Now you can use Google XML sitemaps if you want. I haven't even been using that lately. Money sites, Yoast to help control your titles. Axmet to block comment spam. That should be already on there. Google XML sitemaps. I mean, that's about it. I don't use a lot of plugins. From Bob. I have used Sparkle. I think they all rank the same. It's just an upload video to YouTube. So you're welcome, Janet. Let's see if we got any more questions coming in. 'Cause it's still before 10:30. Yep, coming out soon. Very soon. We're waiting for Network Empire crew to get some stuff finished. The video's done that I made, so from Arthur. I don't know what plugin you're talking about, Arthur, so I'm not sure. From Dan. It's hard to say because it could be just overall link quality. Because you said you have links to it from before Product X. Because too many low quality links will kill a site real quick. It says when you start getting like in the 80, I don't know, like 100 range, somewhere around there, it really gets to be a stickler for low quality links. So I'd have to see a site. Really depends. From Evan. Probably not Evan. Unless the other 20 links are very good. Probably not. You're welcome. From Jeff. Awesome, Jeff. You can, Steve. It doesn't matter. Because I think they show up when we start either way. So we got thank yous. See if we got more questions. So it looks like no more questions. Yeah, the Death Star Reloaded is... So I'll explain this really quick. The Death Star Reloaded is going to be free for you guys. It's a bonus. It's a way to help increase the power of your PBNs. And it's also, it's going to... I think it's something that's going to help, like, long term. It's going to help keep our PBNs healthy and help our sites rank better that we link to from. So, and Jerry says he thinks the free plugin is Link Juice Keeper, and it's on the Supremacy page for whoever asked that. Alright, so we got no more questions, so I'm going to end this now and put it in the bag. I'm probably going to set the next... the plugin Heidi was Link Juice Keeper, and it's in on the Supremacy page. I'll probably do the next session on Saturday, probably like 2 or 3 o'clock Eastern, so in the afternoon Eastern time, and then we'll do another one, next week, probably midweek, something like that. I've been trying to do like 3 every 2 weeks or something like that for you guys instead of once a week. All right. Alright guys, I'm going to end this webinar now. Thanks for coming, and I will see you guys Thursday if you're going to show up. Talk to y'all soon. And since there's not as many people on as usual, I can start, going more in depth with questions. As I said in the beginning, the more time that goes on, the less people that will come on the webinars, the more in depth I can go in questions and stuff, so... Alright, so this is from Graham. I can't make tonight. Let's see. He said in my video, because I shot the video on, PBNs, clearing it up, how you can link out together and all that. He said we should only have one OG link per PBN. I don't know what OG is. Probably outbound, he meant to say. You don't have to have only one outbound link. Authority link. I use more than that sometimes. Okay, pointing to a money site. Yeah, just one link per URL. If you add more to the same URL, you're kind of just wasting the link. I mean, you're not wasting it, but there's just no point in doing it. Alright? You can do it if you want. Supposedly what happens is they take the first anchor text you use, and that's what gets counted. So if I write up an article and I link to the same URL 10 times... Supposedly what happens is they take that first anchor text and they use that. Alright, and the other ones kind of get ignored as far as that goes. So he's asking why don't I do that? It's more because it's just, again, it's kind of pointless. I mean, you can do it, But again, you're not going to get like extra credit for those other links. Alright, so in my early days with OMG, I set up a money site. I'm going to just read this question because it's a little harder to see for you guys probably. I set up a money site where I have 3 links per PBN going to the same money site URL. I had to use more than 1 per PBN as I have a limited number of PBN sites and needed more link juice to rank. Secondly, I am currently finding that whatever I do, I just cannot get to the number 1 slot in any of my niches. Some are very low count, 250 searches per month, but still can only get to number 4 or 5. The cost of getting enough PBNs to rank higher is for me is becoming too much, especially as I'm not generating any income. So I would just make sure you check on your anchor text. You got to play with your anchor text and your title tags, and also depends what your URL is. And just because it's 250 per month doesn't mean that it's not hard. I go after terms that are 250 per month that I'm not number 1 for. It depends who's up top. What the search term is, what niche it's in. A lot of stuff in the health niche. It could be what looks like easy keywords, and then you got Wikipedia ranking, you got WebMD ranking, and those can be sometimes hard to beat out. And again, it also depends on the length of the search. If it's the longer the search is, the easier it is to rank for in most cases because you can optimize for that. And you can build an anchor text with that specific anchor in there. So it also depends how long it is. So without more information, I can't tell you. If it's easy or hard, like you're saying, but just because it's a low count doesn't mean it's easy. All right, and also depends on the niche and the strength of your PBNs, what you're using for your anchor text. But also remember my post in the Facebook group how I went over that PBN links are taking longer to fully kick in, it seems. Where I'll put in a link, and sometimes they get a big boost right away, sometimes a little boost right away, sometimes a medium boost right away. And then further down the line, I'll get another boost, whether it be big, little, medium. So just wait for those to fully kick in as well. Alright, so can you please cover the following approach to keyword research? If you find longer tail keywords and then check them in all-in title, is this a guide to their rankability? I mean, it can help. That's kind of like looking for PBNs where, the page rank isn't the end-all be-all. That's just one of the things that helps us determine if it's going to be hard to rank for. Alright. If keywords have a lower volume of results using all-in title, does this necessarily make them easier to rank? Not necessarily. Again, it depends on the niche and all that stuff. I mean, for the most part, I guess you can say it does. If you see a lower number, it's better news, but it doesn't necessarily mean a low number is easy. Alright. In competitive markets, I watched some training recently that said find many such keywords and rank 1 page for each term on a single site or across many sites. They felt these terms should take less to rank them. As an example for you and not for the public. Oh, I didn't. Do e-cigarettes cause cancer? Has 390 monthly searches in Google and only gets 364 results in all-in title. Should this therefore be easier to rank? I mean, not necessarily. Again, because it's talking about cancer for one thing, so that's going to probably have a lot of authority sites in there. So let's go to Google. I just want to put this in quotes. And look who's ranking: theweek.com, daily.co.uk, answers.yahoo, Wikipedia, CASA, TD Smoke, Vaporview, online PR news. So a lot of bigger sites, especially up top here, The Week, Daily, Yahoo, and Wikipedia are the top 4. Anytime you see something that has like cancer in it or something like that, it's going to be very hard to rank for, and it's probably not going to be worth it. I mean, and just think of this keyword here. Do e-cigarettes cause cancer? That's not really a keyword you would want to go after. All right, so and sorry, I didn't see you said no. This is not for the public, but you don't want to go after this anyways because people most likely aren't going to type this in to do a purchase. Okay, people are more typing this in to do research. All right. So a person who's typing this in, they're not ready to buy. They may be like in the process, like, okay, first I'm going to find out if they're safe, and then I'm going to go and search and find out, okay, I find out that they may or may not cause cancer. I decide to believe they don't. So now I'm going to go look for the right cigarette. So then they're going to go type in another search term, which e-cigarette is the best, or what's the best e-cigarette, something like that. All right, so a search term like this, especially for how hard it's going to be, it's not that it's going to be hard to rank, but compared to what you're going to get out of it, it's not worth trying to rank for something like this. And let me just not put it in quotes and see who shows up. And again, if you type it without quotes, number one is cancer.org. Okay. Again, remember how I said they're talking about cancer? I just know from experience that anything with cancer in it, or like a big medical term, that the front page is going to be filled with huge authority sites. Okay. Because they don't want some affiliate site telling people about cancer. They want big authority sites. And there's cancer.org, number one. PennLive.com is number two. FHCRC.org, so that's probably like some type of organization. The Week is number four. Washington Paper, Fox News, Today.com, Cancer.net. So a lot of larger authority sites filling up this, which is what I expect. So you're going to be filling with a lot of big authority sites for a term that is most likely is going to give you nothing. Again, people are not searching this to buy, they're searching this to do some research. So just think of that anytime you do your keyword selection. And let's see. And yeah, I think long tail keywords are a great way to go, but not keywords like this. Always think about why someone is searching this. In this case, it's to do research. Okay, we want people to be searching it because I'm ready to buy. Green smoke versus V2 cigs. That person is saying, okay, I know about these two e-cigarettes. I know they're both good. I want to compare them and pick one of them. Or which e-cigarette is best. Okay, that person is in buy mode. They're ready to buy, and they're trying to figure out what's the best deal, what's the best cigarette to buy. So stuff like that is good long tail keywords, like which e-cigarette should I buy, stuff like that. Opposed to this, which is again is research stuff. All right, so let's take care of the questions that were not live. Now let's go to the live questions. I did record, right? All right, good. All right, so Brian is first here. I use Thesaurus and my brain both, Brian. Yeah, and you can do that. And you can always add a word on. I try to use my exact keyword as little as possible. I like to stay around I like to stay under 5% if I can. Again, it really depends on how many links are there. If you have 5 links and 1 out of 5 is your exact, that's 20%. But, the more you go up in links, the less I want that number to be. Okay, so 20% is fine if you only have 5 links, because that's 1 out of 5. But if you have 100, you don't want 20 out of 100. I would maybe want 2 or 3 out of 100, 4 or 5 max probably. So when I start getting with that many links, I want to be down near like 5%. But yeah, to find keywords, you can just, like if you type in best e-cigarette, you can type this in the Google keyword tool, and then you can also come down here, okay? So you can do this as an anchor text. Best e-cigarette on the market. It's going to help you rank for best e-cigarette, and it's also going to help you rank for best e-cigarette on the market, which is a long tail keyword. A lot of people probably won't try to go after that. So with you using the exact anchor text for that, you'll probably rank very well for that, okay? And then you also help yourself rank for best e-cigarette. So I do stuff like that. You can do best e-cigarette reviews year, the best e-cigarette with year. So I mean, there's tons and tons of things that you can add for your anchor text. All right, let's see. Anders. Anders, I would email David. It's David at omgmachines.com. He does all the structuring, so he'll let you know the best way to go for that. The phone number? What do you mean by the phone number service ID? Let me know about that. Cheryl. I mean, it depends what you're trying to do, Cheryl. If you're, building like a brand, like, we did OMG Machines. When we got OMG Machines, we got the .com, .net, and .org, I believe. We got all three because we're building a brand. All right, if you're just getting a normal website, you just need one. So it depends on what purpose you're getting it for. All right, let me go get a new screenshot. Can you use any 404 redirect? I don't know what you mean by that, Rich. I think you're talking about Link Juice Keeper. I mean, Link Juice Keeper just, it says if this page no longer exists, redirect the link to the home page. From Dave. Nah, Dave, I mean, you can really do a lot of links on a PBN. I never even come even close to, what we consider tapping out, probably. I mean, just think about it. There's pages out there on the internet that have thousands of links on them. Even like regular organic sites that have thousands of links on them. So you really could go over what I say. I just kind of say that as like a safety measure. And the fact that I go nowhere near that, so I don't really have the testing data for it. But just what I see on the internet, I mean, you can do a lot of links and get away with it. So, for Mike. You can start building it now, Mike. That will just help you make them stronger. Oh, OG is alcoholing. Thanks, Heidi. Bob. I usually just install that plugin Axomet and just let that do its work, and I don't worry about the comments. From Patrick. I mean, you can do that, Patrick, but I just use them directly to my money sites. I don't do PBN to PBN. From Anthony. Can I only send links from one article? Check the video I recently did, Anthony, about that. I did about 3 weeks ago. If you got like Slate.com, cars, page one, whatever, that would, I recommend no more than 3 links from one PBN, and you can go higher than that. But again, that's just to be safe, and you just don't want to keep going over that because you can run into trouble. So you could do like that's, URL 1, then maybe you have Slate.com. You want to link to cars. That's 2, and Slate.com. Maybe you have like, from the same article. You probably wouldn't want to link to something different than cars because it's going to be about a cars article. And then you do like page 2. So yeah, you could do all 3 of those in the same article. But then I wouldn't link to this site again from that PBN just because you already have 3 properties going to it. With a tool like Ahrefs, shows it really well. And I want to show you why I recommend not doing more than 3. I don't know, let's just go find omgmachines.com. Alright, let's go down. Alright, so if you look here, they take all this into effect, where they have, total links and also total referring domains and total. This is why we use unique IPs. If you have 119 referring domains and you only have like 1 different IP, that means all of the sites on the same IP are linking to you, which which would do you no good, right? Like they know that something's going on there. So that's, this is why we use different IPs. And this is also why I recommend not going over 3, because if you keep doing like 3, 3, 5, 10, I'm talking about links going to a PBN or a links going to a money site from one PBN. These numbers are going to inflate, or I'm sorry, this number is going to inflate, and this number is going to keep deflating. All right, and the more difference there is between these, then the higher chance you have of getting hit with something where they're saying, okay, that's unnatural. So that's why I recommend keeping it at 3. And again, it's not that you can't go over 3. If you did a whole bunch of 1s, yeah, you could do a 5 or a 6. All right, but I just kind of say the 3 to make that even, kind of like that average. All right, sometimes I'll do 1, sometimes I'll do 2, sometimes 3. Rarely do I go over 3, and I don't even really talk about that just because that goes into to more complicated stuff. But if you've done a whole bunch of 1s, yeah, you can do 4s, 5s, 6s, but just don't do it too much. We're just trying to keep these numbers in balance. We don't want these to be too far off. And this also looks like I have a site-wide length, so this looks greater than it is, but that's what we're talking about here. That's why I recommend that. Send me a request, Rich. I'm usually the one that deals with the Facebook group.